unplanned maintenance, and then it affects their supply chain, it affects their plant maintenance activities, quite a lot of things that getting impacted, which is resulting in losses of millions, right? So once they have implemented a kind of a S4HANA, they were trying to get the real-time analytics, what is happening, and then embedding with a little bit of IoT sensors and activating, reading the data from the shop floor, what's happening on a real time. It is giving them details in terms of, like say, a service pump or a particular line is going to wear down maybe in the next 48 hours or 72 hours. That is giving them this predictive analytics to be prepared, saying that, okay, your next upcoming downtime for production maintenance is this specific window, and please take care of this line. It's going to go down, right? So they started using this analytics proactively, and using this predictive analytics, started doing these maintenance operations. It actually helped them save quite a lot of millions, right? So in terms of, it might or might not happen in a manufacturing scenario, might or might not happen directly within your S4HANA system. What's going to happen? You need to look at the whole chain of operations to link it up and then read the data.
Yeah, perfect, Gupta. Thanks. Rashmi, shall I repeat the question one more time? So could you please share a real-world example of a successful S4HANA and AI integration that led a significant business outcome for any of your customer in the past?
Thank you, Mahesh, for inviting me here. I'm super excited to be part of this panel. So apart from the examples which were covered here, the other example that I have worked on is something related to the customer, wherein one of the automobile major wanted to automate their warranty claim processing capabilities, for which they used to get a lot of questions every day from the customers, either in emails or through various channels. So we could automate it using BTP, all the technologies which SAP is providing, as well as the knowledge bases from their policy documents, and bring about an AI solution which could answer the customer questions which were asked in natural languages. So that is another real-world example which once implemented in production brought a high value to the business of the automobile major, and it was really appreciated.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Rashmi. So it is very evident, it is very essential that, it's a problem worth solving rather than looking at the mapping the business outcome with solving the problem, So moving to the second question. So beyond a single use case, how can organizations build a strategic roadmap to scale their AI and S4HANA initiatives across the entire enterprise? So we know that whenever if you look at the adoption of AI, and unfortunately if you look at 80%, one of the surveys says that 80% of startups, AI startups particularly getting failed. Is it an overhype, or is it, what is the strategic direction one should, when a customer wants to implement AI or are trying to solve some of their business problem? Yes, Sunil.
Again, you're asking the real examples and the real time questions which we get day in, day out from the customers. So there is a idiom, slow and steady win the race. That's how you have to adapt to the AI. So I look at this in 3 maturity layers, right? First thing, any customer has to have a proper foundation, right? The second thing is to have the innovation, and then 3 is to scale with an AI. So this is how the 3 layers which I categorize, and I frequently tell to my customers, this is how you have to excel AI. So the first, when we look from a foundation standpoint, there is a clean core which came into the picture. So keep your system as clean as possible, and then minimize the customizations. And the second thing is have the trusted data. On top of the trusted data only, we can have any of the AI do predictives or analytics on top of it. So for any customer, they needs to have the foundation. Then from a second time of an innovation, right? So look for a quick wins. Business always need a quick wins, right? That is where you have to show. Look at those quick wins, move on the co-pilots or any of your AI models which can give you a quick win and easy outcomes, like in terms of the cash management or any kind of a thing, right? Where it can give you the quick wins. And the third thing is you need to have AI scalable, embedded not only in terms of the data scientists, everybody, the business users has to know the AI. So what I feel on a outcome, right? So AI is not kind of a project. It has to be embedded into each and every of the business users, the technology people, and it has to be adopted as a skill, right? So people have to go at a slow, steady stage, look at the lessons learned, and then go. And the next important thing is the governance standpoint. When you take the AI into the picture, the governance also plays a key role. So combining the AI governance with the amount of trusted data you have and embedding the intelligence into it, there will be scale for the organizations. Mahesh.
Yeah, adding to your point, Sunil, the 3 dimensions which you said, one of the fundamental questions we always getting from the customers, as you said rightly, we always look at the quick wins. So when it comes to the strategic roadmap for AI adoption, so we usually say that, one is a roadmap where understanding their data and mapping with the business outcome, that would be the one way. Or probably how quickly we can create some business value. Can we deliver something in a 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, right? Or probably we can quickly do some kind of minimum viable product, or from there where we can scale it, right? Now, the direction what we have, particularly from SAP, if you look at from Agile, we got thousands of use cases, right? This is where always we get some kind of a questions bouncing back from always customers, specifically they will ask from agentic AI perspective or a generative AI perspective. Now the new tie we call responsible AI, right? Yeah, would you like to,
Mahesh, just to you, business need to fund us. So if we have to show them the output, if not, business not going to fund for everything, because they spend already millions and millions of dollars on S4 when they wanted to have AI getting into the picture, right? So you have to show certain business value for them so that you get the business funding. So in a small portions, when you show the savings, the cost savings, then the business start to fund you.
Yeah, one of the insight you said, Sunil, innovation, right? So are we seriously giving enough time? We know that there is a priority for the business, looking at the budget. Are we seriously giving enough time for the team to do innovation, whether you talk about the design thinking, right, ideation? Are we seriously giving enough time and a budget for the team?
Tricky question. I know you wanted me to put in a difficult spot, but I wanted to respond it in a way. The world is changing fast, Mahesh, and the management also thinks that AI can do the wonders. So it's a perspective created by us or the outside world of technology era, stating that AI can do miracles. So that's got creeped into the management board that AI can do miracles from day one. So it's the way how we educate consistently the board what AI can bring value onto the table. At the same time, from the company standpoint, what the business needs. So give them the right amount of use cases where they can get value, because no management has patience. They wanted to see results in one. And at the same time, I also understand from a technology perspective, the time limit is very less. So the combination is there. It's not a straight answer, but see, there are either pros and cons at different aspects. So we have to leave up. At the end of the day, we need the business to run.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. So, Gupta, let me reiterate the question one more time. So, beyond a single use case, how can organizations build a strategic roadmap to scale their AI and S4HANA initiatives across the enterprise?
So I would take a little different approach, Mahesh. Pretty much he has covered most of the core concepts what an organization has to do. Just because AI is going all around, it is not mandatory for a business organization to jump into AI. Okay, it might be needed for them, might not be needed for them. Having said that, to get the real benefits of this automation, intelligence, and see how the productivity could be enhanced, I would say don't boil the ocean. right? Don't take like thousands of examples because like what SAP is throwing at you, right?
Yeah.
Even during our 4.6 times also, there were hundreds of transactions which manufacturing organizations did not use. Still the organizations ran the business efficiently and profitably, right? So having said that, taking that as an example, we say that, okay, spend more time on the ideation, right? Whatever the quick wins he said, right? So to arrive at the quick win, spend a lot of time ideating and see that is this really valuable for your organization, be it in the manufacturing line or in the finance line or spend analytics. It could be multiple different areas, right? Like Joule cases you mentioned that it has got like too many examples. Not all are applicable for every kind of organization. So somebody from the core users have to internally evaluate, and the system integration partners also have to educate them, saying that you got like 100 examples in finance, maybe 4 or 5, these are critical for you, and then ideate and see which one is really applicable for them, so that it could be quickly or easily implemented for them. Having said that, you need to have the organization buy-in as well, right? Most of the times these POCs fail because we have done so many POCs, they just die. They have a real-time value, but then they just die, right?
Is it the problem with the scaling, or are we not picking the right problem to solve?
No, it's a management skin in the game as well.
Problem.
It's a management skin in the game also, right? Because if there is no funding, like this kind of an event we could not have done if you wouldn't have reached out to multiple people to fund, get people. There are so many factors, right?
Yeah.
So similarly for a small POC implementation also, we need to get a lot of permission and everything. Imagine it has to be in a project, implemented at a real time, accepted by the users, train them, and then ensure that this is continually being used, right? So I would say more in terms of spend in terms of ideation, get the quick wins, and then go for the implementations. Then you get into a complex scenarios, right? So that's how I would look at. And another thing is, once you have implemented a solution, maybe people could use it. We should also start training them on the technology part.
So it's a more
Right, so
giving
that-
priority for the business processes,
Yes.
identifying and automating with the
And
work.
also train them, right?
workforce.
Yeah, educating them, saying that why you should move from the transactional level, understanding what is artificial intelligence, what it could bring, how it could change your life, right? Working 8 hours on a transactions versus working intelligently.
Yeah, thank you. Gupta.
Thank you.
Rashmi, could you please share your insights on this? You want me to repeat the question again?
No, thank you, Mahesh. So, in addition to what I said, there are, of course, we need to start with the quick wins. What can be developed quickly and value realized. The other things the organization or the client needs to look into, as per my experience, is that what their landscape looks like. What are the tools that they need to enable so that this kind of initiatives succeed, and how their user community or the users of those particular tools will react to this. So change management and what are the data silos, or how their data is structured, how it is going to integrate with the automation initiatives, and where exactly are the data silos, how to break them up. So it needs to be each of the use case that a company has identified also needs to go into all of these aspects. That is, what are the tools that they need to have, what are the data silos, and how the data will come to the AI, and how the user community will react. That definitely will come back into how successful an automation use case will become in an organization.
Yeah, thanks, Rashmi. To summarize quickly at a nutshell, 5 points. One, so where always enterprise needs a holistic approach. So one would be start with a high impact use cases, more identifying the 3 or 4 business processes. Then second, establishing a data foundation, as Sunil said. And third would be embedding AI into the business workflows. Then creating a governance, as you said rightly, because at the end of the governance is which will play a vital role in the development of any when you're trying to solve a problem or building a product. Then it's again measuring the outcome and mapping with the business outcomes, right? So thanks guys, thanks for your time, and Any questions? We are happy to answer if you have any questions, please.
Just to add to Mahesh, if you need a business outcome, catch the business users, not the management. They're going to fund. They have the real-time problems. Business knows the problems. When we talk to the business, and then if they fund, we can give them the business outcome. So don't go for the management or technology people. Only the business can save us because they're going to have the real-time problems.
Any questions? Please raise your hand.
You can ask anything. Don't restrict S/4HANA AI. You can ask anything.
Yeah, just one question from my side. This is Kalyan from Deloitte. Recently, there is a news on MIT study, right, on Gen AI projects. They're spending millions of money, but 95% of projects are not giving any return on investment. So, what is your observation on this survey conducted by them?
Shall I?
I'm starting every time.
Okay. That's a nice spirit.
So sorry, you said Gen AI investments into
Yes,
Gen AI.
yes.
Okay. So
Right.
what's the question? So
95 projects are not giving any return. What are the spend you are doing in the Gen
They
AI
are spending
projects?
more investment on a Gen AI, but if you look at in the returns, they are not getting. Correct me, right? That's your question.
So
Why?
I think that specifically boils down to the discussion point which I've raised, right? Saying that there could be thousands of use cases which might not be relevant to a specific business, right? Your Gen AI cases, if they're specific to the manufacturing line, right? I'll take a simple case of, say, retail, right? Within retail, you have a grocery retail, you have a jewelry retail, you have a high-end products retail, so multiple different types, high-value items where they sell like TVs and iPhones and all of that, right? So everybody has their own nuances in running their businesses. Like if SAP comes out and says that I've got Gen AI scenarios for retail, these are the 100 scenarios I've invested, like say maybe 500 million or whatever number, right? It could be some cases could be applicable for jewelry guys, might not be applicable for a grocery market or whatever your high-end product market, right? So it depends on use to use cases. So these generic cases, because now it is so easy for you to generate the code, right? It is so easy for you to generate a use case and throw it into the market. You say that if you are not figuring out who is needing it, why is it needed, and then you invest it, I think that's what it's going to happen, right? And then just because technology is there and you are giving it doesn't mean that it is actually required for the specific business. In terms of like the earlier point that you mentioned, right? Are we foundationally ready to accept this case, right? Today I might have an S/4HANA system running in my organization, but I'm not even ready to implement a AI case, right? Because I might not have a BTP setup. My users are not even ready for that specific journey. So I think that is the second point which Mahesh asked, like the organization also has to mature enough, going from your S/4HANA, getting your BTP, so it's called like PPT, we call like process, people, technology, right? Have your process defined, mature the process, train your people and adopt to the technology, right? So once these are ready, then any upcoming Gen AI scenarios or any other investments, I think they could be accepted well within the market.
So to add, Gupta, see, ChatGPT is just not a Gen AI. That is one of the core, one of the application. You know, people are misunderstood the meaning of generative AI, right? So recently, if you look at one of my startup called Sports Vision, we are the first in the globe to introduce a dedicated LM for the sports understanding. Once an athlete, irrespective of the game, once they upload 15 seconds of their video, where after that, our LLM basically it got already that all the knowledge got trained, and you can interact the way how you interact with the ChatGPT. So as you said rightly, so it took for us to solve this problem. We are very closely working with the US Olympics, and even recently we started working very closely with the National Sports Authority of India as well. So it's all about, at the end of the day, if you are not identified the right problem, if you are not able to understand the essence of the problem, obviously your money goes in the wrong direction, right?
And just to answer your question, the magnitude of the use case seems to be dilating from the beginning. So they come up with certain use case, and over the period of time they keep on increasing, right? So for AI there are certain things which can be done and which cannot be done. You know how SAP customization over the period ERP has developed. It's not that in a day it has evolved to that kind of a customization, and each business has its own level of customization. So the permutations and the combinations when they pick up the use case is when they go and deep dive the use case, then only they'll get to know. So start with small and then excel. That is what we were telling to every customer, educating them. Be patient, go with a small thing and achieve more thing. Don't go with a big scale and then again big implementation always fail, right? That's again the same example how in terms of AI also is happening. They're not defining or clearly bounding the scope at the first instance. And I've seen many of my customers, I'm dealing those things day in and day out.
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. So thanks everyone, panel members. It was a great pleasure to host along, and this is the second time with Gupta. Last time we did one panel discussion in the SAP Choda Talks, and thanks Rashmi, thanks for your time, thanks Sunil. So there is a small token of appreciation from our organizing team. Come a little forward. Yeah. Can somebody take with the mobile, please?
Mr. Gupta Kandula, AVP HCL Tech. Mr. Gupta Kandula, AVP HCL Tech.
Thank you, Rashmi.
Ms. Rashmi Joshi from Technical Solution Architect, IBM.
Can we have one quick please? Oh, what is mine? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, guys. So you can ask people to move to the tracks. So still in our starting and held out on the volunteers, the respected leads of the volunteers.
What a truly illuminating discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh Kumar, Gupta Kandula, Rashmi Joshi, and Sunil Kumar Nava, for sharing your valuable expertise and providing such a clear perspective on this important synergy. Let's give them another round of applause. And I would kindly like to request everybody to please go check out the tracks, Inside Tracks, and there are 3 different tracks, and they are analytic track in room number room number 153. AI track is also held in seminar hall 153. S4 HANA is held in seminar hall 159. I would please request everybody to visit the seminar halls and also visit the different Inside Tracks. I would like to repeat, Analytics track is held in Seminar Hall number 153. AI track is also held in Seminar Hall 153. S4 HANA track is held in Seminar Hall 159. Analytic track is held in this seminar hall itself.
Yes, there is a little confusion. Analytics track is a central auditorium, meaning here. AI track and S4 HANA track, you need to get down to the floor, first floor, which is 153 Seminar Hall, 159. I request all the participants who wants to attend for analytics track, please back to the seats. Thank you.
Our next session is going to be the open era of SAP Analytics, DataSphere and BDC. Our speaker will shed light on the latest advancements in SAP Analytics. Please welcome Mr. Emmanuel Kolagani from Mauritech.
Hello? Good.
business, your process. I put it in the four things like, when we talk about transformation, that is people, processes, technology and business. Unless these four come together, work together, orchestrated together, the transformation won't happen or the transformation won't succeed. So example, we see the traditional retail has become you can see in the market, a lot of disruptions are happened. Retail has, we can order anything, everything on the mobile now. So that is a kind of transformation we are into. Now from this transition and transformation, the key insight, transition is simple changing the tools. It won't work. Transformation is changing thinking and way of working. That is important. So this is behind technology, which requires business alignment, people empowerment and cultural readiness. As I mentioned, again reiterate, it is be it for in our life, be it in organization, be it in our career. Transformation is important. So we need to proactively adopt to change and move forward so that a business can excel. So this is another very important, I would say perspective, important point of view which I brought in, how we can, align our life with the business and the transformation. So life transformation, by the way, I'm also life coach, life transformation coach. I'm also digital transformation. So I'm just trying to connect the dots. When I say life transformation, there are four drivers. This is very, very important. For our life transformation, there are four drivers: body, mind, emotions, and energy. Just think, if somebody followed Sadhguru's talks, this is where I'm picking up this. Body, mind, emotions, and energy. If you think this is a four-wheeled vehicle, so which one comes first? Unless these four wheels of the vehicle are orchestrated, if they are not controlled properly, you won't move forward. I'll just give one example. Let's say you have body and mind as a front wheel. If you put your body as a front wheel, these people more think of food. They become more foodie. If a person, front wheel is having emotions, this person is emotionally always lost in his emotions. Right? Likewise, you can think. So this is important, what you want in life. What should be your front wheel? In nutshell, always your front wheel should be energy. How you unfold your energy potential so that you move forward, your vehicle move forwards, orchestrating 4 points. Similarly, digital transformation, as I mentioned, four, again, the drivers, important: people, process, business, and technology. And I'm just drawing the parallel between these two, life transformation and digital transformation. Mind is, of course, obvious, it is people. When I say mind, it is people. When I say body, it is a processes. When I say emotions, it is a business. When I say energy, it is a technology which takes you through, which drives you through. Okay. So putting those together, now I'll come to the SAP transformation drivers. How that SAP transformation can move forward. Integration of people, process, business and technology as intelligent enterprise. So that putting all these together, generally people don't think, when we think about SAP S4HANA, we spoke about, right? Data sphere, this, that and all. It won't give you the desired outcome unless these are all drivers coming together, playing together. Then you can think of the desired effect efficiently moving together, right? So the key insights, transformation needs awareness, commitment, and a discipline. So it is a continuous process, not one time. And success, balance between inner drivers and outer enablers. This is very important. A company brings technology from outside, but at the same time, equally important, are you digitally enabled to adopt the technology? Are you digitally ready to use those technologies is important. So we need to, when we are trying to get into transformation journey, digital transformation journey, they need to assess, do proper due diligence and gap analysis, see that those gaps are addressed. So moving forward, so now I am just trying to, as I mentioned, context. Now I just get into SAP transformation journey. We know, we started from R1, R2, R3, ECC. Now we are into S4 HANA. It started somewhere around 1970. SAP started their business, right? Then the evaluation I am talking about, right? How the SAP is evolved, how the SAP wants to master, lead in the organization. So the key insights from this particular journey of SAP is, it mirrors business needs from transaction driven. Initially it was more about transaction based. Now if you see the latest technology which is of more intelligent, having that AI layers, ML layers, it's becoming intelligent, so that it's enabling real-time decisions, integration and agility. So the bottom line is, it is not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change is important. So moving on. So the transformation journey challenges, as we spoke, one is mindset, process, business, technology, people. If you see, when we say people, mindset, it's more of resistance to change, right? How you address that as a leadership, as a company, and a lot of legacy process. When we say migration, whatever you call it, and then technology, migration, complexity. I'll just finish in 2 minutes. So the key insight, you see, these are not just technical issues, they are human, cultural, organizational barriers, as I mentioned. So the I just try to touch upon a few things. The key learnings, what works. Business first, technology should be second, value as a North Star. Data quality early, no clean data, no transformation. So we need to see, when we are moving forward, you see that your data is clean, right? So that you are not doing garbage in and garbage out of activity. Then you should have agile mindset, empower change champions. We should have change champion, change agents. So the road ahead, what next? SAP is evolving, Rise with SAP, we spoke about BTP, AML and all. See, the focus should be leverage innovation while staying aligned to business transformation. So it is a marathon, but under its continuous process. See, the closing transformation is not about technology change, it is about business reinnovation. So that is a small perspective connecting real-time AIML business. So we are in that journey. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Any quick questions, anybody? Not technical questions. Otherwise, I'm done. Thank you so much once again. So anybody would like to talk to Patil Group, we are here. My colleagues also here. Happy to help you, happy to talk, anything. You have any question? Please. Manufacturing. We are into railway manufacturing. We have around 27 plants across India. We are one of the prime suppliers to Indian Railways. This is to drive our business faster, accelerating our business. We want to know how fast we can address, deliver to the customer demand, right? So that's where we are trying to bring the technology which can accelerate, which can fast track our delivery, which can ease our doing business. It's a regular stuff. Yes. Okay, so I know that this is very interesting, very important. That's where, please go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, it's a great transformation journey what you presented at Patil Group. So this comes with a lot of, change management also across all layers, right from bottom of the, business operations till top line management, right? So what are those change management methods that you followed to bring this transformation and, as you said that, deliver the value to the group?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that question. That is important. That's where setting the foundation, right? And the change management is a continuous process. It's not time bound. And that's where what we did. We are in the process actually. That's where I spoke about DTO, Digital Transformation Office we set up. Also, we started enabling our leadership, top to down. We started Digital Transformation Council. Also, we have identified digital champions. Then we are also doing our, digital awareness companion across the Patil Group. And also we are doing digital literacy mapping also we are doing.
That's good.
Across people, individually, across departments, across the organization, what is IZ state? How far we are in our digital understanding, digital readiness, digital enablement, the different factors are there.
Yeah.
Then IZ state, we already know our to be state. So that's where our journey would continue. Thank you.
Fantastic journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. In the interest of time, thank you for your time.
So, we would like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Srinivas Reddy Edulakanti from Patil Group.
Mahesh Kumar sir. No problem.
After our networking break, we are back with a session focused on personal and professional growth. Please welcome Dr. Mahesh Kumar CV from AI Bharat Consortium to the stage. Dr. Mahesh Kumar's session, How to Reskill in the Age of S4HANA, Embedded Analytics, AI and SAP BDC is a fantastic opportunity for all of us. He will provide a roadmap for adapting our skills set to stay relevant in evolving technological landscapes. This is a crucial topic for everyone in the SAP community. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Check. Yeah. Well, good afternoon. Namaste. Come on, guys. It's not even 2 hours. In the next 15 minutes, I'm going to highlight 3 things. So we'll start with a little context setting before getting to the main session. So I want to share 7 impactful AI stories, then 5 mindsets, then finally we will see the 9 learning paths. So we are ranging from fresher to a person who got more than 2 decades of experience can use the learning paths. So this is a crazy, they call it paper law. You know that whenever you are entering into a theater or a comedy club, you need to pay a certain amount as a entry ticket, right? When these guys come up with a model, your entry is absolutely free. How many times you laugh, you need to pay for that. Yeah, you need to pay 0.25 cents. So each laugh will cost you, and they had their own. Now on the left hand side, if you see, there is a seat number 1 had around 41 laugh, which he need to pay $12. So it's a more, AI can detect more than 25 human emotions, right? And these guys are extreme. They introduced pay per cry. For crying also you need to pay money. This example is from our backyard Bengaluru. It's called Nirmai, meaning a cure in a Sanskrit. So Dr. Geeta, the middle, they want to scale one affluence which can detect breast cancer for all the age group for women at any age group at a most early state. And there is no touch, there is no radiation. And recently Google funded 10 million in this. So it's called Lambda College. We know that always for a tuition fee somewhere you need to pay some X amount, right? Where these guys come up with a model, your education is a free before giving admission, where their AI model will predict if I give admission to this person Y, whether he is going to get a job or not. It's outcome based education. Once you get into the job, you need to pay back 17% of your CTC for the 2 years back to that. And again, this example is from our backyard Bengaluru, Kormangala. It's called Tanbo imaging. These are the camera, what you are seeing, it's the most advanced tactical imaging system in the world. These guys are going to give eyes to Israel army, US army, Indian army. They had almost 350 plus cameras, you name it, army, navy, for anybody can use that. Now let's look at how generative AI is reshaping the IT cost pools. So one of the solution way back 2.5 years back, we did this. We want to detect inner corrosion in refinery pipelines. You know, in oil and industry, if you look at corrosion play a key role. So inside you'll have a different corrosion, outside you'll have a different corrosion. So we asked ChatGPT to write the code on the right hand side what you see, and obviously the developer will fabricate the code, and then we ask it to generate test case scenarios to test the code. On the right hand side you can see it generated more than 10 test cases. Then again we asked a salesperson selling corrosion detector, what are the top 5 messages you will communicate to customer, make it punchy, given a Texan flavor, make a table. So this is where I got that. And we want to understand what are the sales blockers when I'm trying to sell corrosion as a solution. And we want to understand who are the top 5 competitors in AI-based corrosion detection, make a table. This is where it got. Now, if you look at past understand it, 3 days he goes to school, 2 days he goes to office. Imagine a kid wearing a chappal with a bag, going to office. That is how he started his career. So now if you look at, there is on the left hand side percentage, which is adoption rate, and you got a lot of appliances here. So technically if you take everything which took to reach 100%, it's approximately 70, 80 years. But this last, especially if you take, now for the adoption of 100% of AI is not going to even take 10 years. So let me give you an example. If you look at the time to companies to reach 100 million users, where Netflix took more than 3,500 days, whereas Google Translate took 2,000. But if you see there, ChatGPT, it's less than 1 day. So disruption is everywhere. So you talk about politics, you talk about any business industry, disruption is there. So the world, what we live is called VUCA. We as a volatile, you as a uncertainty, C as a complex, A as a ambiguous. So let's quickly unfold the Can you click that? It's a video. Click. Sound. Sound, Vinod. Okay, leave it. You can just Google VUCA 2028, you will get the same video. So now let's talk about the new mindsets and tool sets. Winners are embracing with the new mindsets and tool sets. So one of the mindset is called moonshot. So think 10x times, not 10%. Let me give you an example. Arvind Eye Hospital, when they kept a challenge themselves, where they understood that at a global level, there were around 40 million people, by doing some little surgical procedure, they can get eyes back. So they took the inspiration from Xerox machine and STD booths. The beauty of Xerox machine is anybody can operate it, right? It's not a big rocket science. Just go there, 1, 2, 3 clicks, put a paper, it will come. The same way they want to scale a solution which can be democratized at any level. Now if you look at Arvind Eye Hospital, it's not a clinic. Neither it's not a charity, but they run it in a very, very scalable economic model. And the lady whom you are seeing on the screen, she is not a nurse. She never studied. These guys will take a very older ladies who are financially weak from small towns or villages. They will train 5 days. After that, she is performing eye cataract operation. That's the meaning of think 10x times, not 10%. Let me give you the second one, mistakes as a tool. We always look at mistake is something wrong, right? So the way you need to look at mistake as a tool, which means whenever we do some mistakes, we always shy to share in front of people, right? So instead, when we share that, someone will learn from our mistakes so that they can avoid going further. So there is a museum of failure innovation in New Zealand. Once you get inside, you will have all the sequentially steps. What was the problem they are trying to solve, where it got wrong, where went wrong. Like that you will have all the stages. Excuse me. Mindset 3, it's a curiosity for problem, passion for technology. It's always, we need to focus more problem rather than the technology. So we call it, you need to leave your darlings. Technically, somewhere emotionally we are connected to some technology, right? So always it dominates when you're trying to solve a problem, rather than it's always a business forward, technology backward. That's the mindset you need to adapt. And 4, ask a right question. So on the screen, what you're seeing, the girl, 6 years baby, 6 years baby, when they asked a question, Dad, why should we wait every time when we click a photo? So those were the days, now we are talking digital, right? When you talk before 90s, it was all real. There will be 35, 38 snaps. Once the reel is over, you need to reel and send it to the lab, then you'll get a photo. That was a one single question led the invention of a Polaroid. On the screen, what you are seeing, that the same question asked by a girl, now which led an invention of a Polaroid camera. Mindset 5, so it's empathy. So always, it is very important that you need to, when you are trying to solve a problem for someone, you need to understand their pain, you need to step into their world. So, can you see that image? Exactly, that's called empathy. So, when you have some problem with, if you are not feeling well, you will consult a doctor. So, a doctor will ask you various questions to get into your life to understand your pain, right? It's the same way when you're trying to solve someone's problem, we need to step into their world. We need to change the lens. So when you combine your moonshots, mistakes as a tool, curiosity and questions with the empathy, automatically nourish the roots and fruits will follow. So we need to change fundamentally the operating system in the head. Where operating system in the laptop what we are using updated, but the operating system what we have in the head is outdated, which we need to update. So now let's get into excuse me, the other segment, which is reskilling is the final hope, in which S4HANA, BTP, SAP BDC, artificial intelligence is a vaccine. So we call it T-shaped skill. Whenever if you look at a length and a broad. Now let's look at technology-wise. You know that you need a cloud basics, because nowadays, so on-prem Zamana is gone. So majority of the projects, if you look at it, it's more cloud, as if you are working very heavily on SAP various technologies, right? So SAP BDP, basics of S4HANA, the nuts and bolts of artificial intelligence, at least to understand. Now even you don't require a Python language. Now, excuse me. Now you don't even require to understand what you mean by regression, what you mean by classifier, because generative AI, agentic AI, we got a lot of fancy ties. And S4HANA embedded analytics and SAC planning. So that's the minimum. It's gone. Where you want to restrict yourself for being a functional consultant, I'm pretty strong with the sales and distribution. No. Those days are gone. You need to be a techno-functional guy. One side you need to understand the business functionally, and other side you need to understand even analytics as well. So the second segment, which we call it a HCD, human-centered design. So you need to be very, very powerful storyteller, and you need to adapt AI-powered business models, and you need to understand more user journey and persona empathy maps. That's what I'm talking about, one of the mindset empathy, and wow insights. The last one is business. So this is your regular one. Now apart from O2C, your P2P, record to report, plan to produce, hire to retire. Now on the down, if you look at, this is where the 9 and 10, which essentially it's coming up very fast. Idea to market and financial planning and analysis. These two are very, very hard from the oven. So we call it SAP Burger. On top where you have the business outcome, and where we always talk about O2C, P2P, right? Business process, and in between you have the integration architecture. So whenever you look at Burger, now you'll remember always it's a SAP Burger, which you'll have a business outcome. At the bottom you have your business process, in between you have integration architecture. Now let's talk about how you need to reskill into S4HANA, as for the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever you are working, there are some gaps are there which you need to fix. So we need to map that gaps. So let me give you one example with order to cash. So basically, So when you talk about order to cash, it's not just a sales and distribution. You need to understand a finance, a little bit accounts receivable, specifically on a customer invoicing, payment processing, and credit management. Along with that, it's nice to have and optional to have a CRM knowledge. But you should be very strong with sales order management, pricing and promotions, delivery process and billing. And TM, freight planning and execution, career selection. These are the minimum when someone is trying to reskill into O2C. So we call it crawl, walk, run, fly, 4 stages basically. So The first will start with the basic O2C process, which if you go to SAP Learning Hub, you'll get directly the learning journey S4HANA sales. That would be the starting point. Then try to understand the best practices, what you get from SAP. Then understand the difference between ECC and S4HANA O2C. Then moving to the theory fundamentals, then O2C data model in S4HANA. That's the crawl. Now let's go to the walk, where you need to move to the needle, to the next level, which is order to cash, advanced process configuration, and then integration points with the O2C. Don't worry about these maps. So just check in my LinkedIn, you'll have all in the form of a blog this. Now, when you talk about a run, which is the BDP extensions of O2C and machine learning AI, and then you have a omni-channel O2C process. Now, when you talk about the specialization, either you have to pick any one out of 4. So one side you have a industry-specific O2C, or you need to be very segmented specific. Either you must pick one area like retail, manufacturing, healthcare, like that, or process automation, or data science, or the experience design. So these are the 4 out of which you need to pick one. So then you will become end-to-end O2C consultant. Similarly, let's take example of hire to retire. So generally, when you talk about human resource management with specific to the success factor adoption, now we have a lot of fuzzy, right? So one side, employee data will maintain traditional SAP system, and then again we have a success factor. So it's again same. At a crawl, we'll start with the theory experience fundamentals. Before that, we'll start with the process overview, which typically you'll have the best practices. With the Learning Hub, you have success factors. It's called learning journey. And then you need to move HR data model. That's a crawl. Then move to the walk, which is H2R analytics in S4HANA, advanced H2R process configuration, integration points. So skeleton wise, if you look at it, it's the same. Process wise, the things will change, but the nuts and bolts will be the same. And when it comes to the run, it's more about the BDP extensions, machine learning, and then employee experience management. So again, you need to take, if you are looking at H2R, you need to take one specialization. Either it should be industry specific, or a process automation, or experience design, or data science or analytics. So 7 high demand skills: S4HANA transformation consultant, embedded analytics specialist. I told you, right? So either you have to become a techno-functional consultant, and SAP process automation consultant, SAP AI integration architect, which we have very less people across the globe. SAP data governance expert, very hard, and SAP cloud platform for the developer. Now let's move to the analytics. So embrace the evolution, leverage your strengths. So when someone got with the 2 decades of experience, SAP BW, we say that BW veteran, right? It's more about complementing your skills and understanding your strength. So why your SAP BW expertise remains crucial. Even let me tell you, to shut down SAP BW system also, you require a BW guy. Very often we see when we are migrating from SAP BW to Snowflake, or understanding that BW models are very crazy. Functional consultant can't understand that. You must be a BW consultant. So 7 pathways. So leverage, let's say irrespective whether you have a 5, 10, 15, 20 years of experience in SAP BW. So one of the strength is data modeling is one. Then the integration. And third is augmenting your AI skills to BW experience, and business focused data strategy, governance and compliance perspective, and multi-speed data architecture. So it's the last one is modernization, whether you are trying to upgrade your BW system to DataSphere, to BDC, or migrating from SAP BW to Azure, SAP BW to Snowflake. So reskilling strategies for the BW veterans. So SAP Analytics Cloud is one of the powerful, now we don't have much business objects reporting tools, right? It's only SAC. Along with that, the advanced version would be a planning. Then S4HANA data and CDS views. Then DataSphere, very hot, nowadays very heavily we are talking about DataSphere. So you need to be very fundamental, you need to be clear with the basics of BW, then only you will understand very easily DataSphere. And this is more from a BDC perspective. You want to get into BDC also, you should know BW along with the data sphere as well. So AI won't replace you, but someone more qualified will. Now let's look at, you are at your current state without knowing anything in AI. Now how is that leapfrog looks like? So what is an agent? Anything you talk about, there is a little difference between AI agents and agentic AI. Just a little, spend some time and Google it. Now let's talk about agent can sense, it can touch, it can see, it can hear. Agent can reason. You talk about any diagnosis, once you are train your model with all the workflows available with the data, it can do any kind of a diagnosis. And AI agents can think, it can create multiple action of ideas. We call it a COT or a COA, chain of actions basically, where you can have one idea, two idea, 3, 4, 5, multiple you can have, in parallel you can execute. So that's COT. And agent can act, agent can learn. AI agent does 5 things: senses, reasons, thinks, acts, and learns. Oh, sorry. So dramatically, if you look at agentic AI is reshaping all the balance sheets of a companies, and it's impacting the job forces as well, right? So every organization structure, vertically, horizontally, if you look at AI agents are disrupting very heavily. You take any task, it can be automated. So until unless if you understand what is that workflow looks like, what is the step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So these are the few tool sets whenever we talk about AI agentic. These are the very powerful tools. Cursor, Langsmith, and Pinescone, voice agents, visual agents, NEO, 4J, data product builder, Q.ai, and Langgraph is one of the powerful tools. So seed, which is you, soil, when you identified the right problem, and sun, which is your solution. So when you look at 3 at a time, as it's you, and always you need to focus more on the problem. So India is going to become a global leader in the global AI race. So find your path. These are the few, you can see a lot of blogs in LinkedIn. Very often I used to write blogs. I'm happy to answer if you have any questions. Thank you. On time, 15 minutes. So I request all the speakers, we required your support and this discipline. So let's give chance for everyone. So 15 minutes, don't take more than 15 minutes please. So we are combining all the tracks in one place. So I request everyone, we need your cooperation and support. Thank you. Any questions please? Yes, of course, let's do that.
Thanks, Mahesh. So, what are these tokens generally we hear about in AI terminology, right? Can you just give some light on that?
No, come again.
Tokens. So,
Token.
when you say agents,
Right,
AI,
right.
so what are these?
Whenever you are getting trained for any model, certainly there is a cost involved in terms of the infrastructure. So it's all depend upon the tokens, how much it is going to charge. For example, if you take approximately 0.10, 0.11 cents. So based on that, the subscription cost will calculate. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you. Anybody? 1 second.
Hi, Dr. Mahesh. I regularly follow your blogs, and I really inspired. That has pulled up me almost 48 kilometers to reach here. Thank you so much for those inspiring blogs on the LinkedIn. And my question is very simple. Like, as you said, when a person is working on SAC right now, and that person should have the basics of SAP BW, but
not required. Technically not required because SAs are more about building your dashboards, all that stuff. If you are going for planning, you must require a financial knowledge and more from a consolidation perspective. Because nowadays if you look at looking at the budget and the priority from the business, when you have, it's not must to have BW knowledge, it's nice to have BW knowledge so that you will understand the core structure of the model.
Yeah, but right now, maybe people from engineering final year, maybe they are also sitting here. From their mindset, I just wanted to understand. Right now, if I want to jump into SAC,
Yeah, you can.
what should
You
my
can start.
stepping
See,
stone for that?
At the end of the day, it's a business
Thank you.
intelligence tool. You take ClickView, you take Power BI, you don't require much it's not a rocket science, right? Anybody, a fresher, even without having a computer science background also, you can start. It's just a tool. It's all about a drag and drop. If you are very specific to Power BI, you need to be very familiar with that DAX. So which is nothing but open SQL. So slowly, probably once you start, working with the data, you will learn how to write the code. Nowadays, even you don't require to code. We have a lot of agents, right? We have a lot of, you have cursor, you have Replit, you have a Copilot, so it will generate code for you. It's more combination of your understanding the business. That's it. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. I'll be here. You can ask any questions.
Actually, how many of you know about MCP, Model Context Protocol? My MCV for us, all of us. Mahesh Kumar CV is MCP for all of us.
What do you mean by MCP? I didn't hear you.
No, A agent is MCP, right? But for us,
Okay.
you are the MCV actually.
I had MC.
MCV, Mahesh Kumar CV.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh, for providing such a clear and actionable guide on reskilling. Your insights are a great inspiration for our professional journeys. Let's show our appreciation with a round of applause. Our next session is about Top 10 Predictions of Intelligent Enterprises by Mr. Ravi Garre, Element Technologies Inc. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, it's already afternoon, so good afternoon to all. I think you guys are between me and lunch. Feeling hungry? Okay, let me try to, motivate you. Focus here, not on lunch. You have it, right? S4HANA tracker. So any questions so far while they are addressing the technical issues? Any question? Not SAP here. No more SAP. I think last 2 hours you are keep hearing SAP. Okay, while they are setting up the things, let me introduce myself. That girl already introduced. Okay, I'll give you a little more details. myself Ravi Gare, working for a company called Element Technologies. It's a US-based organization. We have offices in India, US, Australia, and Canada also. So we are specialized into, data, AI, analytics, and, intelligent enterprises, okay? Because without, using that analytics, AI back to our organizations, there is no value, correct? So that's why my whole topic is, how to make your enterprises are more intelligent, okay? That's where I come into the picture, not just creating a dashboard or creating an agent, how that agent or dashboard is going to help you. Oh, okay, this is here. Oh, but it's a PDF, right? It's okay? PDF will work with this? Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yeah. Can you see the slide, guys? Any questions from this slide? That's how I do my sessions, more of interactive sessions. Start with questions. So these are the things what we are going to see in next 5 years until 2030, starting today. This report is actually from IDC. So we are predicting what are the top 10 things that going to happen in, intelligent enterprises environment. Okay. So starting with, number one, employee skill training. So we are talking about, a lot of skills, right? Today, maybe you can go to next slide. Just put the next slide. Yeah. What do you mean by exactly employee skill training? This is digital workforce, basically. We see that, only IT has, what you call some prestigious level of, status in the organization today. No, that is no more. In fact, as everyone keeps saying, IT can take over by, AI, okay, completely. Now, what are we talking about employee skills then? It's not just IT. It's actually any employee in the organization should have a digital skills. So we are talking about digital workforce. So when I say digital workforce, you have to be attentive here, guys. The digital workforce is not just humans, remember. The agents are also going to come into the picture as a competition to you, okay? So that is called digital workforce. So in order to be competent enough with, AI agents, okay, you guys need to be more competent. Okay, the appraisal going to happen between you and your agent, AI agent, not between two humans anymore, going forward. Okay, and how you can gain this knowledge, not just reading books or going through attend some classes and all. You have a lot of knowledge available in your enterprise itself. when you start working, I see a lot of guys are, working employees here and then students also. It's applicable to all. Even if the student also, you have a lot of knowledge base in the college itself. Okay, huge repository of digital library as well as your physical library. Same thing goes to working employees also. Okay, so we see that only if I attend 40 hours of AA course I will get knowledge. No, you have a lot of knowledge base available within your SharePoint portals, OneDrives, emails. Okay, databases. How we can leverage this knowledge and become more digitally enabled any worker in the organization. Okay, for that you have a lot of tools. So no more sitting in a classroom kind of instructor-led programs and for 40-50 hours to learn any of these skills. This is all going to be micro learning. 2 minutes video, 30 seconds video, how to create an invoice today. Even if like Mahesh was saying, the remote place having no education can do cataract surgery. How? This is what digital skilled workers are going to do tomorrow. Okay, so you see that that's what IDC says, that 97% likelihood among companies to signal this digital knowledge based training and personalized learning, as well as the integrated employee skills in the flow of work. While you are doing your job, you are going to learn on the job learning. We don't need colleges for 20 years, I think. That's why you see 5 years guy, old guy, 8 years old guy started coding. Okay, this is the feature. Can you go to next? App and customizations. If you look at any platforms today, once we ourselves getting digitally enabled, second, whatever enterprise applications that you are using today, being SAP or Salesforce or ServiceNow, SAP has come up with Joule kind of agents. Am I right? How many of you heard of Joule? Joule agents. You can even build agents using Joule customized platform, Joule Studio. Correct? Am I right? And then same thing with Salesforce. Agent Force has come. So every OEMs, okay, original equipment manufacturer. Equipment here is software equipment. Okay, every OEMs, they come up with their own agents in their platform. Without agents, none of the platforms are going to exist. Even companies are evaluating. You see the numbers. 25.4% of organizations plan to replace their software applications if there is no agentic AI capabilities or AI infused capabilities. I would say because this is a little old terminology, AI infused, but today the AI infused are nothing but agents. Okay, if agents are not there, they want to replace that software and then go with another one which has AI embedded capabilities. So using all these agents, agentic AI approach, now you have to bundle them as a part of your platform. So what is the advantage of having these things embedded into the platform is, you see the last bullet point. You can read yourself. Last bullet point. I want everyone to read. So what is the difference between AI-infused platforms like SAP, Salesforce and all versus you build your custom agentic AI or agents? Your custom agents never comes with all these governance, guardrails, data management, security. Okay, you have to build on your own. But when you use these platforms like and SAP, then all this authentication, access control, data management, and various language models like you can have Mistral, you can have Llama, you can have ChatGPT, OpenAI, any kind of models you can include, and then go for regional specific compliance also, like GDPR in Europe, India, different governance. All these things are taken care by the platform itself. You need not to put your headache and then implement an agent with all these guardrails. That is taken care. You just leverage those agents. Can you go next? So there is a huge fundamental change with the digital workforce. The first prediction what you have seen, and then using agents out of the platform available. So our KPIs are going to change. What is KPI? I think I see most of you guys are coming from analytics background, having connect with Mahesh. Key performance indicators, right? The key performance indicators of individual, employee or a digital worker in the organization, no more, traditionally what you are having a KRA. Okay. Our objectives, goals are, constantly evolving, right? So do you want to do L1, L2 job till if someone raise a ticket, I am unable to change my password. What is the L1 guy, the technical L1 who is managing L1 tickets, he will say, he will give a link, go and change your password. Do you need a person to do that job? And are you going to evaluate half-yearly, quarterly, what is his performance? Simply copy paste the, URL to change the, user password? No. Their carriers are going to change. Now that guy has to leverage this, that job can be anyway, taken care by an agent. Okay. Now he or she has to think beyond what they are doing. That is what the fundamental shift is going to happen with the digital workers. The key performance indicators are, going to change. Okay. Because you are not restricted to traditional, what you call tedious job kind of things. You have to be innovative. Can you go next slide? So now this is agent, assistants, advisors, whatever you call. Okay. So agentic AI system continuously learn and improve. I'll give one simple example. We had a problem statement from one of the e-commerce customer from Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Tamimi markets. They recently started e-commerce for their all stores. I mean they have stores anyway, but now they want to go to e-commerce also. Now, when you list a product on e-commerce, you have to create a product content also, right? You go to Amazon and look at a Samsung mobile. So you look at product content also, right? What is this product, technical, the details, all those things. Correct? This content comes from 30-40 pages of PDF, right? Now that they are doing it manual today. What we suggested, agent will take care of it. We read the PDF file, agent will read that and then update the content. Let's say this agent is not a constant, one-time job. Okay, this agent will continuously learn. And then if there is a customer review saying that, hey, this product content is great, but I don't understand what is the color of, mobile. I don't understand what networks it, covers in Saudi Arabia. Then the agent has to automatically go back to product, the PDF file, where the lengthy product description is there, and then update the product content on e-commerce and even give the feedback to the customer also. Hey, thanks for your feedback. I already updated the content. Go ahead and look. That is what we are expecting in the future. The agents are going to constantly learn and then improve their own performance. So other day in Bangalore, I was attending one Microsoft event. Okay, an event organized by Microsoft. Like you guys, there was college freshers also. So one girl stood up and then asked a question. I just started learning full stack development. The other day I found a news with button click, a co-pilot can create a full web application. What to do me? And another question was, I have two different agents. This is possible, right? Like people, tomorrow we have to find agents. Okay. Now, so many companies let's say you want to do the L1, L2 job as an example I have taken, right? So you can have multiple agents from multiple OEMs. Okay. Then there will be a competition between agents also. Okay. Then the question was, which agent I need to keep. Then how you do appraisal for humans, we have to do appraisal for agents also in future. And then, layoffs are common for agents also. Don't worry. Okay, so humans can replace agents also in future, like how they are replacing you today. Okay, yeah. Can you go to next? Yeah, there, you see, can you go back to the slide? Someone was saying MCP A to A. These are the key things. Okay, if you are really want to learn upcoming AI skills, learn, what is agent-to-agent protocol, what is model context protocol. Based on these protocols, you are going to develop, agents. Go to next slide. Yeah. So now we started with, making digital workforce in the organization. Okay. And then, how we can make use of agents coming out of the platform, and then how our KRS are going to, defined. Okay. And what kind of, platforms we can use, what kind of agents we can use. Now coming to, what happened to your best scope applications. SAP is fine. SAP, they have their own way of, roadmap to, bring transformation embedded into the, ERP or, CRM, whatever, enterprise applications they have. But what something in-house developed, a full stack application, okay, some, point solution you have developed over the period of time, those are monolithic architecture. How you can make them, modern application, not just lift and shift to the cloud, okay? You have to transform from monolithic to microservices based architecture, right? So the concept what we are looking at in future is, it's called Strangler pattern, okay? So this is a fig tree. In forest you see, there's a fig tree. How it grows, the new form of tree comes on the old one. Over the period of time, the old tree will killed by new one. Okay. So slowly you have to transition from your, monolithic, based architecture to microservices. You can read the example I have given. Let's say you have a SAP ERP itself, or Oracle apps, or, NetSuite, with various line of business, procurement, finance, HR, inventory and all. So how you can transition from that monolithic architecture to microservices based. None of these, ERPs what we call today, okay, doesn't, they have invoice reconciliation. Invoice reconciliation, right? Three-way reconciliation. PO, invoice, GRN. I want to reconcile before I do the payment to my vendor, okay? They have some sort of, rule engine based reconciliation is there, but not AI powered reconciliation. Okay. You build such a point applications outside of your ERP. Okay. It could be any cloud. Again, you can use SAP BTP, or you can use, AWS or Azure, whatever you want to use. Okay. And then slowly, integrate these things with your monolithic architecture of your ERPs. Okay. Backend applications. So as you develop these point solutions, that will become, microservices based architecture. You can, over the period of, you can kill your SAP also. That's where SAP is saying, you use, on BTP my CAP, cloud application programming. That's completely open source. No dependency on ABAP. ABAPers, wake up. Okay. Like BW guys are waking up. Done? Okay. So I have another 5 patterns, 5 predictions. Can you go quickly? Next one. ERP as a hub for ESG. So today we are hearing, sustainability. Sustainability should be every corner of the, transaction what we do. Okay. So you have to take care of, like right from procurement, sales, supply chain, manufacturing, you have to look at, supply chain. Otherwise, you are not bound to any of these global compliances. So starting from mid next year, if you want to export any product to Europe, you have to produce a sustainability report. That is the European law says. Okay. If you can't able to prove that, you have taken care of sustainability, you cannot export any product to Europe. Okay. Be conscious of these things, cognizant of these things. And SAP has come up, green ledger concept. Okay. So you can track that, sustainable carbon footprints into that green ledger, like how your general ledger in finance. Okay. And that is right from core of ERP itself, you can generate the report. No need of offline reporting anymore. So now ERPs, traditionally if you see they are like, record to report. You just track the data and report it. Reporting also not that great. Okay. Again, ABAP has to, build thousands of lines of code to generate the report. And then later stages you see data, governance, and then BI, embedded analytics, all these stuff has come. Today SAP is also talking about AI. Very late in the market, to be honest, but yeah, they are there in the journey. Okay. So that's how, ERP is going to be value engine, not just, data tracking engine. Can you move? Next slide. E-invoicing is the new, compliance service across the globe, not just in India. It is not just, digitizing your invoices, guys. When you say e-invoicing, I'm not sure how many of you are functional experts here. Okay, they might be aware of it. It's not just a digitizing of your invoicing. Okay, it is more of, bringing a transparency, trust, in your business operations that you do. Okay, and these are the global, compliance laws that are coming up. Wayfair in in US, making tax digital in UK, and then standard audit file tax in Europe, and e-invoicing GST in India. Move on, please. Yeah, so some of these line of business in enterprises are getting consolidated. You have, sales, order to cash, procure to pay, core finance, various line of businesses, right? So very thin line, what the difference that today you are seeing. I mean, a finance guy can do even sales also, okay? And IT is no more. IT is already taken over by all functional guys. So today, with the data democratization, you have access to controlled access again. Okay, role-based, your whatever you are authorized, having that control access. No IT department is required anymore. Okay, so that's how you see number of this line of business in organization getting consolidated with the GenAI applications. Last one. So towards end of 2030, what we are going to see is digital factory. Okay, like Mahesh was showing, right? Outcome based. How much time you laugh, you have to pay. Okay. Now, I will give another example. Okay, I need not to physically count how many people are here at a given point in time. Every second, seat will have a sensors, and then they can identify. So based on the number of people in the auditorium, speaker evaluation will be happening in future. Okay, so yeah. So these are the, that is digital factory. So this entire auditorium can make it as a digital room. Everything is digitally controlled. How many people are in the room, how many laughing, how many standing, how many seriously listening, how many sleeping, everything. Okay, yeah. So yeah, these are the trends what we see, guys, by 2030. I hope you like the session. Any questions, most welcome. I will try to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think my time is done.
We would like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ravi Garre from Element Technologies, and I would like to request Ms. Madhavi Areli from Shriya Infotech to present the memento.
Thank you, Madhavi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. And next up, we have session on SAP AI in Transform Business with AI agents and smarter models by Ms. Madhavi Areli from Shriya Infotech. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello? Yeah. Audible, right? Oh, everybody tired. I think most of them are waiting for the lunch. But yeah, this is something interesting. I'm not a SAP background person, but I'm purely AI person. This, this whole workshop is combination of SAP and AI because many of them are very, very interested to understand what is AI and all. Before going to that, I'll give you my introduction. This introduction also a little bit interesting, which I wanted to say you like. I have 20 years of experience. I started my career as a developer and I worked with Sintel, Satyam, Oracle, 3 companies as a developer. After that I moved out and I started my startup in the year of 2017. And from the 2017 to 2022 operated for 4 years. The name is Jota.ai, where we invented a new draping system using deep learning networks. That time AI is not evolved. Most of them are really not aware what exactly AI is actually. But we made a good solution. Even we got an award from the NASCOM as the AI game changer company in the year of 2021. And yeah, I sold out Jota in 2022. Again, I joined as advisory board in the Shriya Infotech. Apart from that, I am a guest professor in ICFI College, ICFI University, and I also do consulting for many startups, especially on the designing of the agents, designing of the Gen AI. So guys, you can ask many questions. I'm a core developer, I'm an architect, developer, designer, and delivery manager too. This is my introduction. Yeah, everybody is talking about Gen AI, everybody is talking about the agentic AI. We all know it, right? But let's understand what exactly this agent AI, how it is going to be, how it going to be replace the human. This is what the biggest question might be, it is running in your mind, like what exactly this agentic AI, what exactly these agents, what agents are going to do. That's what we are discussing in this 15 minutes of session. Before going into that, we will understand something in a reality world, how our personal life is going to change. Everybody is talking about the enterprise life or company life, but let's understand how our personal life is going to change. Let's take an example. Every day you travel from something Manikonda to CMR College. So you will be having one assistant. Assistant knows that every day morning you start your journey at 9 o'clock and you reach here and you take the food of, maybe you are interested in non-veg. So your personal assistant knows that you are interested in non-veg food. And you do shopping in Myntra than Amazon, so your personal assistant can know all these things. What will happen in the period of time? Over the period of time, your personal assistant knows every moment of yours. Your personal assistant knows every moment of yours. So if you want to eat something, if you want to if you want to order something, you just have to give some instruction to your personal assistant. Hey, please order chicken biryani for me. Then automatically it will go to the Swiggy and it will go to Swiggy and it will pick up the restaurant which you like it, and it will order it, and it will, the moment it comes to your community, it even accept your order and bring it to your home. So that is how agents are doing. So agents is having intelligence. And agents also having real-time access to all the applications. These are the two important points which we have to understand. Agents, LLMs is having knowledge. LLMs is having enormous knowledge. If you type something or if you prompt something, it will give you a response, no doubt about it. But it will not go to your website, it will not do something on behalf of you, whereas agents are going to do. That's the change between the LLMs and agents. And let's coming to this couple of, probably you might have got an idea that what are agents, right? With the personal example what I told you. Same like way, she also evolving a lot, and we deployed a couple of solutions. We will understand here what kind of solutions we deployed. Most of the solutions are SAP databases only, but these are all we have taken the data from the SAP databases and we solved these solutions. Let me explain you a couple of solutions from this. One is customer support. This is one, is like we deployed this solution in the plant system, one of the plant system. Actually, they have lot of infrastructure, like so many machineries are already placed, and every machinery will produce enormous data, right? But only thing is, like, whenever the machinery is giving wrong information, like machinery is going to die in another 2 hours or 3 hours, or some abnormality behavior, or something is happening to that machinery, then automatically those kind of trigger messages will pass it to the database. So AI agent will identify or will detect. AI agent is going to detect those things, and it will inform to the relevant customer who is going to talk to the vendor or OEM, the person who is actually maintaining that machinery. This is one of the best example we deployed to one client who is having the plant. And second use case is like language translation. So of course This is very general use case. General use case is like many companies. Generally, I worked with Korean companies. The Korean companies, most of the Korean companies, they only maintain their data in Korean language. But it is very difficult for us to do some casting. This is one of the best example is like automobile industry. We developed this for the automobile industry. Is like they have to do lot of costing for a particular wire. If they want to do cast of the bumper, they need to do lot of calculations. But most of the Excel sheets are in the Korean language, and the rules also very, very important. Rules also in Korean language. As an agent work is first it has to translate the Korean language into English language. Not only that, it has to understand the intention of that. It has to understand what exactly that rule, because it is costing, it is not something. Every penny is very important. So every rule has to be converted in a meaningful way. It is not that just Korea word to English word. It is not like that. The context should be carried out. The information should be carried out. That's what we did. And even we got a almost 95% accuracy we got for that language transition application. So next one more is test case generation. Even Mahesh also explained test case generation. Yes, this is something is evolving a lot. GenAI agents are doing very, very well. It's like one of the customer is like they will be having lot of requirement documents, and they also have lot of coding inputs. These two are the inputs for an agent. Agent will understand the functional requirements of a particular application, and agent will also understand the code which has written by the developer or one more agent. What it is going to do, it will create the test cases, it will generate the test cases. It is not that it is not just creating the test cases, it will execute the test cases, it is analyze the defects, and it even open the defect management tool and raise the defect also. That is where the whole application is evolved, and this is also one of the best application we developed from Shreya, and we deployed to one of the client. So these are all the applications. Just listen. So many applications are improving. That means it is eliminating the human efforts. It is suppose if you deploy this application in that session, suppose 30 people are working, this application is going to eliminate with 10 people or 5 people or 2 people. That is how the agents are really playing playing in the market. And nowadays what is happening is like we are rather than putting the invoice on the humans, we are raising the invoices on the agents. So like these many agents we deployed for this solution. Of course, two resources and 5 agents we are deploying for this particular solution. That's how we are raising the invoices also even to the customer. That is the impact of the agents, and agents are doing almost 80 to 90% of accuracy, where only 10% where human intervention is human in the loop is happening in nowadays. And let's coming to the co-pilots. These are so far you heard this word many times in these sessions. 3-4 sessions many people are used to co-pilot, right? Co-pilot can do these many operations, like it can do language support, it can also crawl the data, it can also translate the data, it can extract the data, it can analysis the data. These are the features. See, if you look at here, every co-pilot is having these many features, and every organization, every domain. See, I worked with automobile industry, I worked with aerospace industry. Every industry is replacing with co-pilots. Every industry is replacing with co-pilots, because these are all the jobs are going to be eliminated. So their business is becoming good marginal business, right? That's where the co-pilots are really playing bigger role in the industry line. And next coming to one solution. This I wanted to tell you, like how agentic AI or agents are really impacting. This solution will tell you, like This is one of the solution where customer center will receive 20,000 documents. There will be having 20,000 of documents and so much of history data. For a human it is very difficult. We have to deploy 100 people. We have to deploy 100 people to understand the history of the every article or everything. But whereas agent is doing fraction of seconds, because we already feed this data and the agent already knows the history of that, and whenever the new ticket comes, whenever new ticket enter into that, it will analyze with all the 20,000 tickets which is already in the history, and it compares with that, and it will give the confidence level that okay, this ticket is belongs to this category, or this ticket is high priority ticket, or this ticket is low priority ticket. That's how that is how the agents are going to replace the entire agents are going to replace this kind of critical problem statements. And not only this, we deployed this kind of solution in HR domain also, where they will be having lot of resumes, 10,000 resumes or 1 lakh resumes, where they need classification of the resumes based on the requirement, and all the job requesters will come on the spot. Job request is like, they won't give before one year or like that, right? They'll give within 1 week at time. We have to classify all the documents in within 1 week of time. Classifying of 1 lakh records according to the job requirement, for a human it is very difficult. If you keep 10 HRs or 20 HRs, it is also not possible. But agents is really classifying the documents very well. That is how the agentic AI world is going to start. That's why we are saying agentic AI is the biggest disruption when compared to mobile and internet. When compared to internet and mobile, might be our life got changed 80-90%, say 50-60%, but with the agents it is going to change 99%. Our lives are going to change 99%. This is what, hope you understood few of the use cases, how agentic AI is working, and how agents are evolving, and how agents are solving the problems. And I'm ready to take the questions on AI. Don't ask me on SAP.
Thank you, Madhavi garu. Any questions?
This is Kalyan. Just common question, like you are automating everything, right? This process, business issues you're processing. If you're automating and you're booking, you give an example, right? Booking a non-veg order, right?
Booking? Example,
like for business, any business process, from security side of point of view, any breaches, any technology breach or security breach happens, like what is the solution you have, like?
Security part.
Yeah, security.
See that A to A MCP protocols, those protocols, what the purpose of the protocols is security only. AI agents will consume enormous amount of the data. So when it is it is not that every data we have to push. So MCP, these protocols are helping us to protect it. Which data has really give to the agent, or which data we have bypass it. That's where the security wings are MCP protocols. He mentioned MCP, and some of them are mentioned MCP, right? That is security point of view. And any other from AI? No questions?
1 second.
So have you ever used that AI on the sensitive business data? So if you already used, then what are the precautions you have taken for sensitive business data?
Okay, it is not that we have ever used sensitive data. I'm telling you, I worked in automobile industry. They don't even have the internet. They have this kind of room, and every system is interconnected. Even the data will not go to first floor. But still we deployed LLMs and agents. I'll tell you, there are Mistral, there are Llama models. These are offline models. These are not online models, which will not go anywhere. But still we are deploying those offline models with 7 billion or 13 billion or 70 billion models. We are deploying it, and we are able to solve the solutions. So sensitive areas like I worked with Honda, I worked with aerospace companies. Those are all sensitive companies. They don't like cloud. They don't give this data to the cloud. Still, there are offline LLMs which are really doing good, and we have implemented, and we deployed also. So, for your question, for the sensitive data, we have to go for the offline LLMs like Llama model or Mistral model. We have to use those.
Any questions? One second.
Hi ma'am, good afternoon.
Yeah.
So you explained about you developing AI agents and then companies using it. Now I want to talk as a user who want to use AI efficiently, and when we speak about that, we talk about prompt engineering. So any insights on prompt engineering, how to make the most of it, because once we pioneer that, I think using AI will be more faster, I think. So
Correct.
some inputs on prompt engineering.
Correct. But the question is, one question for you.
Yeah, sure.
Where exactly you are going to use agent or AI? Where you want to use AI? Are you going to use AI
Okay, so
into your
I'm not
work, day-to-day work?
So I'm not a developer, but I want to develop apps now. I'm into SAP background, but I want to deploy an app on Play Store. So how do I do that?
Okay. See, most of the developers use Cursor. Do you know that? Cursor is one of the tool where it, if you give your code, or you I don't know where you write the code, but we generally write the code in Visual Studios. So Cursor is integrated to the Visual Studio. When you give a prompt, right? Okay, prompt like you already declared all your variables, and you know your model, and you also know the requirement. If you give your requirement in a right direction, it will automatically write your code. SAP point of view, I am not sure, but if you take out the SAP data outside and you want to develop something over there, yes, you can. By using the tools like Cursor is one tool, and Mahesh also showed couple of tools. Those tools are helping, generating very good code. It's better than human. But only thing, you should know what is the project you are going to develop and how to give that prompt. Getting my point, or you still have any doubt? How to learn? I'm not able to hear you, but just how to? Yeah, right instruction is one thing. You have to learn the prompt engineering skills. These are very minimal English skills. One is expression should be good, your communication should be good, and one thing, you have to understand the requirement. That's why functional developers are not going to be eliminated. Only coding people are going to be eliminated. Functional people are still alive. Without them, none of the enterprise company is going to survive. So you should be very good at your functional. You should know what is your requirement. Then only you can. One is prompting skills. You have to learn it. That that you have to learn outside. But the second is, you should aware of your requirement very well. If you are a developer, you can't. If you are a functional, yes, you can.
Thank you, Madhavi garu. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your guidance is invaluable. Now, please, I request Mr. Srinivas Reddy, sir, to please present a memento. Sir.
Thanks a lot. And now it's break time. Those who want veg, this side. Those who want non-veg meals, this side. So just 30 to 40 minutes break. Have a lunch and come back. Thank you.
amazing to see how strong and vibrant the Hyderabad community is. Today, you can look forward to a day full of learning, networking, and fun, so I highly encourage you to make the most of it. Ask questions, meet new people, network, and enjoy everything that has been prepared for you today. I personally also like to encourage you to join the Hyderabad location group on community.sap.com to stay updated on local content, upcoming events, and also let the connections that you're making today go beyond this event. And with that, enjoy the SAP Inside Track, have a great day, and thank you for being such an important part of the global SAP community.
Hello to all my friends in Hyderabad, India. It's me, Josh Bentley, your blue-bearded friend, and I wish so much that I could be with you in person. I know you're going to have a great event at your SAP Inside Track. I'm very jealous. I wish I could be there. I've actually never been to that city, and it's on my list to attend because of the great events that I know our team of developer advocates have put on in that city and all the online activity I see from the SAP Inside Track Hyderabad. You guys are amazing. Lots of amazing things happen in India, and I really hope to get there to your city one day to see your event. But if you cannot see me in person there, this video is just not enough, and you want to interact more with me and the SAP community, there are 3 things I want to point out. The first is that we're always available to you on community.sap.com. So please ask questions, post your blogs there, whatever you need to interact with us, we're there for you. The second thing, besides social media, is to register for TechEd Virtual. Registration is open. It's going to be November 4th through November 6th, and that's going to be virtual and in person in Berlin. But if you can't make it there, then we can meet with each other in Bengaluru, India. That will be the last week of November at TechEd on Tour Stop. And third and final thing I want to point out is DevToberfest. The developer advocates put on their great event, DevToberfest. It is going to be happening the last week of September for 4 weeks till the 3rd week of October, and then we get ready for TechEd. So you can always interact with us on social media. The SAP community is there for you. You can always register for TechEd Virtual or meet us in person there. And then finally, make sure to participate in DevToberfest. But you guys don't need my help. You're amazing. I love all the people that take part in these SAP Inside Tracks. I'm actually on the road right now, or I would be there with you in person because I'm over in Latin America, traveling the world, doing my best to be there for you, the SAP community. I love you guys so much, and I hope you have a great event. Bye.
The lady who gave that very good presentation before lunch, she was talking a lot about that tool. Cursor, yeah. And of course, the last image there, it's not a logo, it's just an image. What do you think it represents? All right, we'll come to that a little later, that one in the bottom left, all right? Let's play a small video.
Another Monday, another mess of spreadsheets. Why don't these numbers ever add up? I can't keep chasing this.
Sir, we've run out of parts again. The line has stopped.
We can't afford this delay.
It's past midnight again.
Which suppliers delayed shipments last month? Why can't the system just tell me?
I'll get to it, Arjun, but you'll have to wait.
Hello, Ravi. How can I assist you today?
Wait, did the system just answer me?
Copilot, do we have enough stock for next week's orders?
Yes. Forecast shows 15% surplus. No shortages expected.
Finally, clarity.
Copilot, reconcile last month's accounts. Reconciliation complete. 2 anomalies flagged. Days of work done in seconds.
Copilot, show me supplier delays.
3 suppliers delayed 12% of shipments. Supplier A is highest.
Now that's instant insight.
Copilot, display live Q2 dashboards.
Revenue up 14%, expenses down 8%, dashboard ready.
Finally, real-time clarity.
With Copilot, Mondays aren't so bad anymore.
Finally! Finally!
All right, so what do you think of that video? Do you think that is the future, that is present, or that is impossible? Any views? Sorry? Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was asking, right? Yeah. So let's go on. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, so let's see, how the co-pilots are creating the difference in the ERP world, whether it is really hype or, where exactly we are. Let's do a reality check, right? So if you see ERPs, basically, if you see the last 20 years, they have been all traditional applications, sitting somewhere in the backside of the, enterprises, right? Very restricted access, not very, not a very intuitive UI, very boring and dull UIs, right? But they do a lot of important things, right? I mean, they are basically the heart and lungs and, the most critical parts of any organization. But if you see over the last few years, especially with the advent of cloud, right, a lot of workloads are moving to cloud. The applications are getting, easier to deploy, easier to use. And now with the advent of a lot of AI technologies, we are moving from the traditional transactional models to intelligent applications, intelligent platforms, where the applications are getting adaptive, they are getting smarter, and they are basically taking the decisions by themselves as much as possible, right? So how is this possible, right? How is this change getting enabled? So that is where co-pilots come into the picture. So as the name itself says, the primary roles, even the lady prior to that was telling, all the functional aspects, all the core actors in any organization, any enterprise, right? While they are there, while they are doing their job, they are using some additional help with the help of co-pilots that are basically automating a lot of things that, they would have done manually. And in a matter of, few minutes or few hours versus, a lot of days or months, right? So what are the technologies, that are basically enabling this? So as you have probably heard through the day, generative AI languages, all the LLMs, the natural language interfaces, you don't necessarily have to know what is behind the system, how the data is structured. You just ask your query in a natural language, while most of these ERPs currently support English. But you can also very soon ask these questions in your native language, and it will answer those questions for you, right? And while co-pilots have been there for almost 4 or 5 years, I would say. While ChatGPT was there in 2022, the term Copilot actually was coined by GitHub, okay, about 2019, 2020, where they wanted to actually assist the developers. From there, we have come definitely a long way, right? So in the last 4 or 5 years, the journey, the advancement that we have made in the AI world, definitely there is a lot of impact that is done. Now, of course, the video that I have shown, it could be a futuristic video. I am not trying to paint any wrong picture there. But what we need to understand is, if we use the technology right, if we use these tools right, what lot of those things can be enabled, right? That's where we need to make those solutions happen. Yeah. So if you see in the ERP world, the primary players are SAP, Salesforce, Microsoft, a lot of other players. So SAP, as some gentleman already said, there is a Joule AI Copilot. So what are the top features, right? So basically, it's that is embedded in most of the SAP products like S4 HANA, SuccessFactors, Concur, and other features. And it is enabling, more of contextual intelligence, trying to automate the processes beyond the traditional, ways of doing the process automation. In the Salesforce world, Einstein Copilot is there. The name sounds really cool. It seems as if, I'll tell anything and it'll solve my problem.
Hello, Namaskar, and welcome to My Startup TV. I'm your host, Major Sunil Shetty. I'm back with another episode of Swaraksha, a show brought to you in collaboration with Swaraksha Mahotsav 2025. In this series, we showcase innovative companies that are building solutions to strengthen India's infrastructure and also self-reliance. Today we feature Indiana Technical Ceramics, a pioneering provider of advanced ceramic solutions for industries and very specifically for strategic sectors like defense. Joining me is Ms. Disha Sanjay Sarogi, who is the Chief Marketing Officer, who will share her insights about the company's journey, innovations, the kind of innovation they were doing, and their vision for future. Disha, welcome to the show.
So, Disha,
to start with, our viewers want to know, who are new to this space, would like to know as to what Indiana Technical Ceramics is all about.
Okay. So it's a family business owned by my father and his brothers. We got into ceramics 30 years ago, and we're the OEM technical ceramic manufacturer in India, supplying to the Indian market and catering to global world. So for the past 20 to 25 years, we have been OEM suppliers for the technical industry, mainly textiles. But for the last 5 years, we have expanded our reach to defense, renewable energy, medical, and different industries. So, okay. So, this is the first time that sorry.
No, that's okay. So, my apologies.
We also experienced some technical issues. So, as a company, what role are you playing? The advanced ceramic that we talk, isn't it something many people outside the industry know much about? Could you explain what's it? In such a what's advanced ceramic all about?
Okay. So should I restart?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Indiana Technical Ceramics is actually a family business owned by my father and his brothers. For the past 30 years, we have been catering to the textile industry as OEM manufacturers in India. But for the last few years, we have expanded our reach to other technical industries, for example, medical, defense, then renewable energy, and etc. But let me tell you what ceramics is all about, the advanced ones. So for example, for the defense and for medical, we have been making and customizing technical ceramics in different materials that require a larger a thicker hardness, uh, in materials like 99.9% purity alumina, then 96% titania, then zirconia, and then ZTA. So these are the four different kinds of materials that we play with in advanced ceramics. So if there is anything that can be made in ceramic, we can customize them into these four categories of materials.
So,
can you share, some real world examples or applications where your solutions have made a difference?
So for defense, for example, we are customizing one product for ISRO, and that we've just started with them. So that product is going to be used in space, and that is going to hold two different lines coming together, and it is going to work as a shaft. So it is kind of a roller that is going to be installed on the top to hold the two pipes that are coming together.
That's amazing.
Indian companies building for space as well. So, what makes Indian technical technical ceramics different? Is it the R&D that stands out over the competition, or what goes into it?
So, if we compare Indiana Technical Ceramics with other vendors in the world out there, Indiana Technical Ceramics is very different because the kind of quality that we provide is very different. For example, we use German or Japanese raw material, which provides us with 99.9% of purity, which helps us to get the hardness or RA value, or the density that is required by the customer. If we choose a Chinese vendor, you can see the difference that a Chinese quality or a Chinese raw material won't be able to provide you with these benchmarks.
So, so when you say it cannot provide you these benchmarks, that means your own in-house R&D is quite strong, isn't it? I mean, so if you can talk about the R&D itself, how much time have you spent onto this? How many years your company has been building? Are there any patents that you have, that is very unique to you as compared to others?
So for R&D, it's an ongoing process. Even if it's been 30 years for us being in the same line, every day we are putting some amount of, energy and resources in R&D because we're getting something new every day. For example, at our company itself, we have a 1 lakh square feet huge plant, and there we have different kinds of machines where you can put the ceramic in the projector and you can get the RA value. Then we have Mitu Toyo as the main company for all equipments of hardness, density, everything else. And then we also make molds in house. So when for making molds in house, it's a whole different kind of setup that is required. And when we make the molds in house, we have the 100% freedom of doing what we want to, what all changes we can do. Everything is in our hand. So right from the mold to the end product, everything is made under one roof. So that's the main R&D, that like everything is happening under the same roof, all R&D.
So as a company, are you only looking at defense and space, or the other sectors or industries that you also service?
So we're also looking at defense, textiles, medical, renewable energy. Then, for example, solar inverters that are made in India right now, we're supplying them ceramic chips, which are helpful in the inverter that they're making. So even those ceramic chips are made in-house by us.
So of all these industries that you're helping currently working with, where is the demand coming from for your products? Is it from defense? Is it from space, or the solar that you're looking for? Where are the demand coming from?
For demand, it is endless for us because we're the only company in India who is making technical ceramics for these kind of materials and providing the quality that is equivalent to German or Japan. And for the market, if we see, we have been we already have 95% of textile market with us for the last 30 years, but now we are moving forward with solar and medical and defense.
So is that the new
opportunity areas like renewable energy, aerospace? Are these the new areas or new opportunity areas for you?
Definitely, these are the new opportunities for us. For example, American company who is making shafts for Boeings and G-liners, they have contacted us to make ceramic rollers for us that are used in those shafts. So we have already been supplying them for the last 2 years. So these are all different kind of opportunities that have been, coming to us through our website or maybe word of mouth through our well-wishers.
That's very good.
Very commendable for an Indian company to be able to do that. So why I say that is because you're in advanced technology, right? You're building something very unique, and it has got a global appeal. It's got big companies looking for, like you said, Boeing, right? So the Make in India, how's that influencing your company's growth strategy?
Make in India is helping us a lot. For example, I shall tell you, my father has been taking part in, or maybe like our company, Indiana Technical Ceramics, has been participating in different kinds of fairs since 2000 in Spain, Turkey, Milan. And this has been, if you know, ITMA, which is the biggest exhibition in the world that is catering to the textile industry. So in 2000s, until 2016 and 17, India was not very well known for Make in India products and the quality that India could supply them. So even if we showcased our products to Germans or European people or European companies, they were not very well versed, or they did not trust us so much as they do today. So in the last 5 years that I have been in my company, since I have joined, I have personally participated in exhibitions in Europe and around Asia, and we've seen a major growth, a major change because of Make in India. So today when we participate, one of the major banners in our stall says Make in India, and people see that, they come to us and they're like, wow, you make it in India. We so like, they're surprised and they're shocked that we can provide the same thing for a cheaper cost and for a better quality.
Well, that's what India is known, right? We can do the best of the things at fraction of a cost. be it sending a spacecraft to Mars, at less than a Hollywood film. So deep tech manufacturing isn't easy. What challenges do you face in scaling, and how do you overcome them? Your operations.
So for us, one of the major challenges is labor. For example, the training that goes behind them, behind training the labor. And India is a market, India is a country where there are so many festivals coming up every other day. So when there are festivals coming up, the laborers, they take a leave or something, the entire operation gets affected. So we make sure that we train two kinds of groups, labors, and then like one, if one is not there, the other group is ready to take it over, take it forward. And that's how we're moving forward. Also, we have now gotten automatic machines where the labor input can be put aside, and those automatic machines can do the work for making ceramics, because ceramics is a very intensive process of making. For example, it takes you around 20 to 45 days to make one piece.
Yeah, we had visited one of the bulletproof companies that makes bulletproof jackets, and that's what they were telling us, that the ceramic plates are very, time consuming, and talent is another thing, right? So how do you attract and retain right talent for for you, because you're in a specialized field?
You can never find the right kind of people. It is always how you train them, how you build them with the kind of surrounding that you want in your company. So we keep doing sessions on weekends, and kind of group meetings and all, where we talk about our vision and what we want from those kind of people to achieve the best.
You yourself are a third generation now, entrepreneur. Though you started off, you're working with as a chief marketing officer. What are you, when you look at your company? What are your vision? Like, what's your vision like coming next 5 years, 10 years time?
Next 5 years or 10 years, our vision as a company is to expand globally, because we already have the Indian market with us. Our vision is to expand globally, even for textiles, for medical purposes, for defense, and for renewable energy.
So as a
a woman entrepreneur in a setup which is run by which is a family business, which is there for last 30 plus years. Did you face any specific challenges within your own organization adapting to the work that's been happening there? If you could share that.
Definitely. So I studied from the University of Warwick, and I did my master's from there. After coming back to India, I joined my family business. Once I started going to my factory, the biggest challenge was to get work done on a timely basis, and for people to take me seriously as a woman. For them to face a women in a technical business like this is very different and out of the box. Like, they've never seen women working in a technical business. So with time, with patience, I developed my trust with them, and once they started trusting me, I've made like major changes in the company's organization. We've gone totally online from every kind of department in the organization, and now I'm firmly looking at the export business.
So startup are one of the major things that's happening in India, right, across, and many big companies are working with startups. Are you as a company, are you working with any of these startups? Do you have any program to onboard startups or work with them, or even do R&D with them?
No, not yet. But for the future, we welcome any kind of startup who wants to do any R&D. We're always ready to work with them, support them for India's betterment.
And as a young entrepreneur yourself, and working in a family business, what's your message? And having, as a women entrepreneur, you also have seen certain challenges, right? What is your message for likes of you? There must be other women entrepreneurs who are third generation who's joining the family business, what advice or what would you tell them when they're starting off?
My advice to women entrepreneurs would be to firstly be patient with joining. I've seen personally that when I participate in international exhibitions, and when people meet me, they're like, wow, I wish my daughter was joining my family business. So it would be a humble request from my side, like me as a women entrepreneur, to support other women to take their family business forward. It is not impossible for them to take it forward. It is very easy, and I think what women can do, even men cannot achieve. So we have like stronger power, and I think we can do anything in this world. Women's are made for that.
Oh yes, definitely.
A country where women are worshipped, and this, I mean, the reason why one of the philosophy is that the reason why our goddesses have 10 hands is because that just depict that they are multitaskers, right? So, as a young entrepreneur and innovator yourself, what message do you have for people who are working on deep tech or material science, in the startup world, or people who are students in colleges?
I think R&D today plays the biggest and major role. So never think that all your resources or some kind of energy is going to waste. I would say that keep working on those tasks every day. You don't know where that might help you and where it might lead you to another new opportunity. So never get demotivated. Every task that you take up should be with 100% of your energy.
And before I let you go, My Startup TV, we are a media house for businesses like yours, for startups. We cover, we carry their stories, we showcase them, and we try to be a bridge between, the companies and the startup ecosystem. What do you think about the kind of work we are doing?
It's nice to see, companies like you coming up and supporting companies like us, so that we get a larger audience where people can, find us easily on social media, talk about like hear our podcast, and maybe get in touch with us much more easily than finding us on Google or going to a company website and all.
Perfect. You know what
Diksha will do is we will be hosting you on an exclusive show to talk about your personal experience as an entrepreneur, as a third generation entrepreneur and a women entrepreneur in a family business. We will do that show with you in coming time. So thank you for being on our show. Viewers, if you want to be part of our Suraksha Mahotsav 2025, we are bringing a series called Suraksha, which is broadcast at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Monday to Saturday. This is leading up to the event, a bigger event coming up in Visakhapatnam in September, which is Suraksha Mahotsav 2025, where companies which are associated with or they're working or innovating for the armed forces, for the defense sector, would be showcasing their products. So if you want to know what's happening, what's coming up, do follow us Monday to Friday at 2 p.m. for the Suraksha show. Thank you very much for being on the show.
So, hi everyone, I'm Shravan, co-founder of ThreatSense AI. So, we deliver cybersecurity solutions for SAP. So, today we are going to discuss on automated controls in SAP and how AI/ML will be gonna add some value on these controls. So, initially I could see some of the students at the back. I will start with some basic examples and then we can go ahead and understand some of the advanced controls in SAP. So, let us take something we all knew. Like we will go ahead with cars example. So initially cars used to be like a manual, means there are no seat belts and there are no sensors and there are no other things like having some automatic collision detection. All these things were not there at initial stages. So driver need to rely completely on his own judgment. This is the first area where the manual came, and the next we came into like having a sensors at the car in cars and having some detections, collision detections before driver is colliding or with someone. This is the part of the controls that had been added later in stages. In the same way, it had added in the security level also. Initially, we used to have a manual controls where the audit need to be reviewed by the means the admins or the basis guy have to review each and every audit logs, and accordingly he will take an action whether the threat has happened or not. For example, if someone downloads any sensitive data, the log need to be reviewed after a long time. I mean, it will take around 90 days or they will have a certain time period where they need to review the log after 1 month or 15 days. This is comes under the manual controls. When it comes to automated controls, we need to have something like detection had to be happen when there is a threat happening at in place. I mean, the real time we should block the users and we should throw him out of the sessions, all these things. So that is part of we are going to discuss today. Today what we are going to check is that we will see how threat landscape has been evolved, and the second part we will see how threats are evolving, and we can check how modern threats are needed for the AI controls need to be implemented so that we can defend the modern threats. And the third part we are going to check on what is the difference between manual, automated and AI/ML controls. Then we can go ahead and check what is this holistic enterprise security. Let us understand how this evolution of cybersecurity threats have been. So initially there is a threat happened at 1998 where there is called as a Morris worm, where it infected around more than 6,000 computers endpoints. So it compromised. Actually, it started with some training kind of a thing, where they want to experiment how these worms are going to affect. I mean, how these worms are going to work. But they ended up with these attacks where they compromised around 6,000 endpoints, where it costed them around more than millions. I mean, more than $10 million for them back in 1998. After that, after a decade later, we got a malware called I Love You. So this got targeted more. This went into the emails. I mean, this was drafted in email so that all people can accept it and open that kind of emails and they can download the attachments. So it went through the emails, and there are more than 50 million users who download that malware. So it got infected in every laptop, the endpoints which they are using. So this is where the email phishing has been started. Then we went into something called APTs, Advanced Persistent Threats, where the end attacker is just invading your systems and staying there for more than 6 months or 7 months without unnoticing. So he will just block all the files and log the files which are critical to your organization. That is where the ransomware has been started. they demand what exactly ransomware is, that they will lock all your files, the files which are very necessary for organizations. So then they are going to demand some ransom on that part to release those files. So that time around 2000 era, they started this ransomware attacks. Then we went into 2000, after a decade, we get into something called, the internet has been vast, everyone get into online, and there are more attacks. The attackers got a more landscape to attack. I mean, they have a advancement in technology. When there is advancement in technology, the attacks also will get sophisticated. So that's where the ransomware attacks has been increased for 200%. That is where we saw the drastical change in ransomware attacks. So to solve this, I mean, this ransomware attacks we can means nowadays. I mean, nowadays they are having AI-driven attacks. Let us take an example like AI-driven ransomware attacks. So AI is able to analyze what are the critical assets for your organization. It's itself able to identify what are the critical assets, and it will it will lock all these files which are necessary for organizations, and it itself creating a bots that will communicate directly with organizations without the attacker group. The bots will communicate directly with the organizations while dealing this ransom. That is how AI has been evolved, and it's already doing some phishing attacks, which are very convincing. Means normally if we have a phishing attack happen, what kind of we can easily identify. Means there are some spelling mistakes, or it could be like company names can be fake company names, all these things. This attack group will miss out some of the things, so that we can identify what kind of phishing attack has been taking place. But after this AI has been taken, it's really means drafting the mails very convincing way that we believe that is a legitimate company, that we are getting this kind of emails and we are getting into trap for these emails. So this is one of the part. And not only that, recently there is a call ransomware as a service. You know, there is a group out in the market. What they are doing is that you can approach them. You can approach them, and you can they are going to give you a ransom programs. You can use those programs and attack organizations. For that, we need to give just an profit on this ransom. So this is how the ransomware has been evolved using AI. So this is the threats. The landscape for the threats is increasing. In future, we may have something on IoTs. We are dealing with 5G networks, and we are having other technologies, quantum computing. The quantum computing literally can means as of now we are having LLMs and RAGs, and we are having generative AI, agentic models, but still it will take some time to respond for you. But when it comes to quantum computing, it will give you in seconds. Means if you want to create an agent, it will be creating in seconds. So that is where it's really hard to defend this kind of AI attacks. So how do we handle this one? So initially manual control. So let us understand what exactly this manual controls and how we used to deal before. So for suppose if I come into SAP, if we have, we will have a transaction code like SC16 where you can just download your sensitive data. It can be anything. It can be user data. It can be personal data or credit card data, anything. SAP is a platform for all the modules. So the threat actor advisory is having a large interest on this SAP, because SAP is having all the things where he can lock it, and he can demand for the ransom or something, he can do attacks, and he can leak the email address of the users, and he can put it in online. So that is where SAP has been a attractive target for this attackers. When he downloads, what exactly in manual controls we are doing is that after 15 days, they will have 15 days or 20 days of review. They will analyze the log. They will check the category. If it is the SAP also already having more than 240 categories in coming to this audit logs. So they will analyze on these audit logs manually. They will check whether this threat is happened really or not. If it happened, ticket, then the SOC team will react accordingly and they will block the user. It means all the logs which are coming from all application. It can be from database, it can be from endpoints, it can be anywhere. I mean, it can be from firewall, it can be network. So it will collect all the logs, and we will have some predefined rules will be written in XML format or somewhere in the SIM solution. So these predefined rules will be orchestrated with some predefined workflows. So as this AI-driven attacks has been evolved, we cannot have a predefined rules. Maybe attacker may, suppose if we have a 150 rules has been implemented for SAP, for example, if we think. So there may be a new attack, there can be 151 attack. So that cannot be controlled with automated one. So we need AI-driven defense mechanism. So that is where we are going to have UEBA, user entity behavior analysis. So we are going to analyze the user behavior, whether he is downloading at 2 a.m. or we will track his patterns for 30 days, and we can accordingly understand what kind of user activities have been taking place this 30 days, and we can later after 31 days, if we do any other attack which we feel anomaly than the usual pattern of the user, we can automatically, it will decide which kind of workflows need to be triggered. So it will trigger accordingly. The workflows can be like terminating of session and the blocking of the user and disabling his user access and removing all the rules. We can define our own workflows. That is how the AML will help us to analyze this AI threats. Means we should have a AI defense mechanism to defend this AI-driven attacks. So what kind of holistic approach we should have? For example, we can have a databases. In databases, we will have some DDL, DML activities will be going on. Where in DDL, DML activities, user can just select any business tables, or he can just delete any of the business tables, and he can just he can share all the business data with someone or with the competitor. That kind of a threat can be happening. So we should capture all those logs from databases, and not only from databases, we should capture all the logs from endpoints also. Endpoints, if someone is using SAP at the endpoint, we should have a kind of a control where when he is viewing any SAP data, he cannot share. Means he should not able to share this data with in Teams or in mails, or through Teams also he cannot share this screen to share this all these tables. So that kind of controls need to be placed at the endpoint level, where we should have a watermarks, or where we should disable the user from downloading or sharing the data. So the endpoints, and we should have a continuous monitoring, like I said, which should be like a SIM and source solution. And we are going to have AML core, where we will get all the logs from all the things. Means it can be from network, and it can be from users, and it can be from applications. All the logs will be collected into one place, and we will put it in one database where AML will understand what kind of logs has been happening in whole landscape. So by this way, we are able to protect database and your firewall and your network and your application and your endpoints also. So this kind of holistic approach is needed when we have this AI-driven security mechanism. So thank you. If you have any questions, I am happy to address.
Thank you so much. Sir. Now I would please like to invite Mahesh sir to present the token of appreciation. Now I would like to invite Vidya Sagar from Mauri Tech. Our session now is unifying the cloud, harnessing SAP BTP integration suite for a connected enterprise by Naga Pratima from Mauri Tech. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome to the session. Before we could start, let me lighten the mood with a quick thought. Imagine the apps on your phone stop working. Like Uber doesn't connect to the cloud maps, Google Maps, and Spotify doesn't connect to your Bluetooth device, and Swiggy makes you call your bank with every transaction that you make. How does that look? Chaos, right? Well, that's exactly what the enterprises will face when their systems doesn't integrate. With that, let me introduce myself. I'm Pratima, Senior Solution Architect working for Mauri Tech. Today we will discuss about how SAP BTP Integration Suite will deliver the solution to solve such type of chaos in the enterprise world. Today's enterprises do work on a hybrid landscape. It's like SAP systems, non-SAP systems, on-premise, SaaS applications, and multiple cloud these days. Okay, in such environment, what are the challenges that the enterprise face today? It's the connectivity between these multiple applications which are scattered everywhere, because processes don't speak the same language. And the data is in silos, okay, which ultimately causes the breakdown of processes in a particular enterprise, I can say. So with these challenges, I always relate it to a printer working in an office. When the printer works smoothly, nobody notices it. But suddenly when it breaks down, it becomes the top priority in the organization, like it has to be sorted out at that moment. So when it is working smoothly, it's not at all visible to anybody. But suddenly when it stops, it's visible everywhere. So that's exactly how you can relate to the integration. When it works smoothly, nobody notices it. But the moment it breaks down, it becomes painfully visible to you. So let's see how the evolution of integration has happened from the past. So in the past, it was custom point-to-point integration. Like you can just imagine a spaghetti connection running through manually from one place to another place. And then came the SAP's PIPO, which has standardized the SAP landscape between all the environments. And today we have APIs, events, and everything just to make the business processes agile. And what tomorrow you can expect is a composable enterprise, where we will stitch best breed applications powered by AI automation today. So it's not SAP integration is like SAP is moving us from yesterday's integration to tomorrow's intelligent business enterprise. So let's now see what exactly is SAP BTP Integration Suite. Any guesses? Anybody? Apart from the people who are working on it. What do you think SAP integration suite is? What it is composed of? Yes, exactly. You're absolutely right. So SAP BTP Integration Suite at its core is an SAP enterprise integration platform delivered to enable to connect different processes, applications, data, people, and SaaS applications and your on-premise applications and everything at a single point. So today, Mr. Patil Group, Srinivas is not there. It's a best oh sorry, I'm very sorry. So he is into this enterprise. He has given us like the challenges they have faced in evolving their digital transformation today. I hope definitely integration is a part of it, and you must have utilized the SAP integration suite as well. If not, at least the PIPO version of it, right? So SAP BTP integration suite, you can correlate with your real-time example like a control tower in an airport. Hundreds of flights are taking off and landing in an airport. What happens to control tower? Chaos, right? There is no safety, there is no efficiency, nothing. So when you have a control tower, it just controls the ultimate out API-based, event-driven and everything. SAP always helps you to modernize your integrations. If you see the SAP integration suite, the key capabilities are its cloud integration, API management, integration assessment, and open connectors. These form the key components of SAP integration suite. So let us take a deep dive on what exactly these capabilities are. Before moving, you can see how SAP is helping you to accelerate the enterprise. Like they have more than 2,800 pre-built integrations. That means they have already come up with a tailor-made solutions for existing enterprises. Like if you say about an airways industry or a manufacturing industry or an oil and gas or an e-commerce, for everything, you name it, they have it. So that way they are accelerating the businesses today. And they have pre-built connectors and open connectors which enables you to connect any of the open SaaS applications today. As I mentioned, these are the key components of SAP integration suite. The first one is the cloud integration, which is just I can say it's the latest version of the PIPO, which is totally cloud native. And then comes the API management, which helps to control the APIs that you are handling. Whenever you think about cloud, what comes into your mind is how secure is my data. So that's where API management comes into picture. It helps you to control the data that you are accessing and share the data also securely. And then comes the event mesh. For event mesh, I can give you an example. So you are placing an order on Big Basket. And how soon are you receiving the orders? Within minutes, if you are very close to the warehouse, right? So how is that happening? The moment you are clicking and placing the order, it goes to look for the warehouse where the stock is available or not, and immediately it lines up and to the nearest warehouse to your location and makes it delivered. Fulfillment happens there. So that's where event mesh will come into picture. My colleague Vidyasagar has explained you about RAP and CAPM. So these are very crucial when we think about large enterprises which are built on S/4HANA. So to have the event mesh, especially for the ordering, invoicing, and fulfillment and all, event mesh is the solution for it. And integration advisor is basically to speed up your project. It gives you pre-built solutions like data mappings and all, which will reduce the time you spent on designing them. You have more than 1,500 solutions present in the integration advisor. I can say it's like an AI which can assist you with your data mappings and all. And open connectors is the best part of SAP, I can say. You come up with any SaaS applications, The best example is like Shopify, an e-commerce application which doesn't have a standard connector available in BTP integration suite, but whereas Open Connectors has come up with a solution wherein you can leverage all the possible application interactions with any of the third-party applications. So you must be thinking like, with this integration suite, how does the businesses benefit? So businesses, as please remember the basic promise which SAP has done: accelerate, achieve, and modernize. It helps you to speed to the market. Like the prepackaged content helps you to deliver the solution very quickly. Like even the time before you go and think about a solution, like how should I convert this data, where it has to be sent and all. Even before that, SAP gives a skeleton to you. Just that you modify the connections with your proper authentications and the data. And flexibility. You must be thinking like SAP Integration Suite is specifically designed for SAP applications only. No, that's not the case. It gives a very good flexibility between SAP and non-SAP applications. It's so robust that you can connect your on-premise applications as well. And business resilience, it's like you can scale your integrations. Like today you are receiving 100 messages, and it helps you to scale your integration to handle thousands of records also. And it's very cost efficiency, because here we are going with the APIs. Once you create an API and keep it, it can be reused. That's what the future is. Let me give you some real world use cases. Coca-Cola, I'm sure like everybody must have tasted it here. So Coca-Cola has 200 factories worldwide connected to their headquarters. And today from the headquarters, they can easily track which particular factory is running low of ingredients. That's the magic of SAP integration, which they have totally leveraged. And Airbus is another big example, which is an aircraft manufacturing unit. They have streamlined their manufacturing with SAP Integration Suite. Like it's for the material management and everything. And retailer example, just which I have given to you, the big basket example. You can just imagine about it. And banking transactions, like SAP has many pre-built solutions for having a integration, tightly coupled integration with the banks, wherein you can use the PGP and TLS encryptions to communicate with the banks. So this is like people who have already worked on PIPO. They must be having a question in the mind. Should I completely get rid of PIPO? No. SAP says like it's not forcing BTP Integration Suite as a rip and replace of the PIPO. Both can run side by side. All your on-premise integrations can happily run on PIPO, and whatever modernization you want to have, you can go with the SAP BTP Integration Suite. And the hybrid approach also promises you of the on-premise and a combination of cloud also. The API fast event enabled and reuse of integration is the strategic move of SAP, so that enterprises can slowly adapt to the modernization of their integrations. So as we have been speaking about cloud everywhere, so the first question is like, how secure is my data? SAP integration ensures that your data is very secure, because we have the capability to have PGP encryptions, TLS encryptions, certificate encryptions, and everything is possible with SAP Integration Suite before you exchanged any sensitive data, anything with any of the third-party applications. And also we have this API management, which helps you to control the API throttling, and it also gives the monetary benefits also. So where are we heading with SAP Integration Suite? So SAP is continuously trying to evolve with the current markets. It is trying to improvise their strength to come up with prepackaged integrations. Like they are analyzing all the current enterprise solutions and coming with pre-built packages. Okay, And also they are trying to infuse AI as much as possible, not completely. So you can rest assured, like there is a lot of career perspective in this area who really don't like to go with AI. And also SAP wants to have a clean core and composable ERP vision with SAP Integration Suite as the backbone of it. So these are the key takeaways. Like integration is the foundation for any digital transformation of an organization, of an enterprise especially. And integration unifies the cloud and on-premise landscapes, like your multi-cloud, multiple SaaS applications, and everything can be unified under one roof with SAP Integration Suite. And it enables the agility, resilience, and innovation to the scale. So one favorite customer quote I would like to share is like, they said, we no longer worry about integrations, they just run. That's the ultimate goal which every company wants to achieve. We want to be invisible everywhere, but nothing should break down without us. Thank you all. Any questions? Any questions?
So the integration advisor
Yes.
role of AML in
Yes.
that, can you give some examples?
Integration advisor, you must have heard about EDI integrations, right?
Yes.
EDI data formats are very complex.
Okay.
It's usually very tough to crack them.
Mhm.
Integration advisor gives you very best solution to how to parse those EDI files and how to map them with an IDOC or any other data
Okay.
formats.
Based on the source and target, it's automatically
Because
recommends.
in EDI you have n number of formats like 852,
Yes,
846,
yes. For
and lot of
advice,
formats.
PO and
Yes,
all,
exactly.
yeah.
So
Okay.
that is one best example which you can.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we create custom APIs, right?
Yes, of course.
For third parties also.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Recently, we have done one e-commerce integration for a cloth store. It's a Hanes brand from USA. We have implemented their e-commerce integration where we had to go with a lot of custom APIs.
Any specific challenges you faced and you resolved them?
Yes. So, as I said, like Shopify, we don't have a pre-built adapter in CPI. So even we tried to use the open connector, but still it didn't work out because they really didn't want any event-based integrations over there. So we had to completely rely on the GraphQL APIs and all which are provided by Shopify.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Okay. Exactly, that's what I said. Like even SAP is not forcing the BTP integration suite on any of the enterprise, any of the existing solutions.
Thank you so much. Our next session is about Beyond Development, Business AI plus Joule Driving the Intelligent Enterprise by Sudhakar Nagadevara and Vinod Kumar Reddy from Mauritech. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. It's almost time, so maybe a little enthusiasm wouldn't be bad.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sudhakar Nagdevara, SAP BTP Solution Architect as well as a practice lead from Mauritech. So today I'll be explaining you about how SAP is embedding its intelligence into its core ERP. Okay. So today's our agenda would be just an introduction to business AI, how business AI is embedded into SAP. And then we'll just talk about how AI in SAP business works. And also we'll cover the aspects of Joule. You know, in this quarter, Joule is released for SAP BTP partners also. So to start with the development. And also, we'll be talking about Joule in SAP business functions, how in various business functions Joule is being used and Joule is being introduced. Okay. So in SAP Business AI, you can see the main conductor here is the Joule. So Joule, we can call it as a conductor. Why? Because it infuses business AI into SAP, and based on its grounding capabilities on the cloud versions, so Joule can get us a reliable amount of data and output. Okay, so Joule is a super orchestrator based on all these such as supply chain agents, HR agents, or spend agents. They depend upon Joule. They're built upon Joule. Why? They are embedded into across all the business functions of SAP, such as financial management, supply chain, or HR or success factors, the spend management, and also a couple of things on the BTP, as well as different other non-SAP services also that are introduced into BTP. So the AI foundation, it's built on three principles: relevant, reliable, and responsible. This is how SAP is introducing its Joule capabilities. So these are all the partnerships and the investments that you can see on the from the AI space. So how this AI assisted cloud transformation is taking place. So let me explain you about the relevant, reliable, and responsible aspects of SAP. So coming to the relevant, how SAP is asking its Joule to be relevant. So anything you want to get it done in SAP, Joule is readily available to make you get across all the business impacts with AI embedded into your organizations. It's specifically to the cloud and not on the on-premise systems. And how it is reliable. So you can see right now, Joule is supported only on the cloud space, where you can ground every data related to SAP, and it could bring you reliable outputs. That is how Joule is reliable in SAP space in cloud. And responsible. How responsible are you in handling the Joule? So you can see today, now and then, many of us are using ChatGPT, Cloud, Copilot, such as Gemini, and other various LLM models. So when you're using these LLM models, you are inputting your data. What kind of data are you inputting? It might be your personal data or your organizational data. So can you really put your organizational data into these LLMs and make them train on your organizational data? That's not possible, right? You should not allow it. So SAP is specifying sets of boundaries, and keeping these boundaries in space, it's protecting your organizational data. That is how SAP Joule is reliable. So let me give you an use case of how AI in business is relevant. So here I'm bringing you a use case on the finance side, where a normal account specialist usually when they want to match the incoming payments. So every time they get incoming payments, there might be partial or complete payments. So how they can match to their existing invoices. Say suppose Fortune 500 companies will have more than 500 to 600 customers. So each of the customers have made multiple payments, such as partial or complete payments. How can you match all of these if they are coming in one day? You cannot have sets of teams depending on matching these sheets every now and then, right? So how are you going to address this challenge? So SAP is bringing its SAP Cash application, FIR application from cloud. It's on SAP HANA Cloud. So this application, what it will do is, it will automatically match your incoming invoices and bank statements to your open receivables. And also, it would keep your accounts clear and create the orders based on these. So using this application and AI induced into this application, there is a 71% of reduction in accounts matchable. And also, in our day-to-day, our sales outstanding, you can see a 0.5% of reduction in what you see on the amount level. And also, making this automated, you can see that the number of users that were previously operating to make this happen are drastically reduced. So that is how relevant SAP is using this Joule and AI in SAP Cloud applications. So the next thing is reliable. How AI in business needs to be reliable. So this is another use case where usually what we do during the financial closing of every month, what we usually do is like our finance team, they look into our invoices, payments, everything, and they want to close their month end. But what happens if they get a technical error? They have to depend on the technical team to address it, to understand what is the error and the steps to resolve it. It will be a huge task for them to get hold of technical team at some point. So in order to avoid it, SAP introduced SAP Advanced Financial Closing. This application, what it does is, it automatically explains the error and gives you the steps how to resolve these errors and close your finance easily at the month end. Okay, now our main topic, Joule. So you can see Joule has been introduced quite a long time. I mean, like from 1 year you are hearing this name from various aspects. But it's not only about an LLM or an interaction, similar to a kind of a chat GPT thing. So Joule has multiple things. It can support multi-language capabilities. It can interact with multiple patterns. Right now, Joule is informational, transactional, and navigational. But now, SAP in this quarter introduced it on the analytical space also, where you can ground the analytical data and get results on it. And also, Joule is used in AI-assist document grounding, as well as these Joule agents, like they are infused in every SAP business process, such as supply chain, success factors, and other various SAP modules also. So Joule for consultants and developers, like it's completely different. So now Joule for developers is the new thing that SAP announced this quarter, where you will have access to SAP Joule Studio, where you can build multiple sets of Joule agents. So using these Joule agents, what you can do is you can automate your processes without any you don't need to spend time on your laptop or your mobile want to get some task done with you in it. You can simply design a Joule agent where it can done where with a click of button you can do all the processes. So how Joule is induced in our business functions. So you can see Joule is induced in our human resources. This is the success factors version of Joule, where you can see you can chart with Joule and get all the reliable input based on the success factors thing. And also on the sales, like how active you can do sales, you can see it. So these are all mobile aspects of Joule. On the procurement or operational purchasing, what Joule can do is like it can shortlist your vendors, see the background of the vendors, see the timings of your orders, when you need it quickly, what vendor can support you. So based on that, like it will categorize and it will filter out your vendor. If you have those, Joel can easily generate the code for you and you can have your application ready in minutes. So let me give you a quick demo. Okay, let me explain the key takeaways of this SAP AI in business. So the first point talks about the reliable thing. So how relevant SAP Business AI and how it is embedding its cross functions across the business in SAP. So the next one is like how AI is reliable in grounding business data on cloud and gives you the exact output, not some assumptions, the exact output that is based on the data. And also SAP is responsible by adhering all highest standards in making your interaction with Joule ethical, security-wise, and on the privacy standards, how it is protecting your information. It might be your organizational information, your personal information, or your client information. So let me quickly give you a demo of a guided process automation, which is built on SAP Build Guided Process Automation on the SAP Build work zone. So this use case, it talks about usually in many events we see there are a lot of customers handling booths in many events. So if they get an issue, such as like something is missing in their booth, or else something, the invoices from their booth are not matching what we have discussed initially. So what happens, they want to raise an query and an issue with the event organizer. But can they get the hold of the event organizer at that point itself? No. And also, if they are speaking a different language, how can they talk with the customer care? So this guided process automation, what it does is makes the customer issue handling easy. So in simple steps, 4 to 5 steps, you can register your issue and it will help you to navigate all these things easily. So in this, the second step, you can see we are entering customer invoice details. Like say that I'm a customer at an event for a certain booth XYZ, and I'm seeing an issue that my invoice, it got generated from the event manager. It has a discrepancy of $2, which I did not accept. So what happens? So I simply going to give the invoice number and raise an issue with it. So right now I have given a wrong invoice number. So what happens, like it identifies that this customer and this invoice number is not matching, and it's going to throw an error. So once I have input correct invoice number as well as the correct customer name, it allows me to navigate to the next steps. So on the next steps, what I am going to do is I'm going to describe the issue, what issue I'm having. So I'm going to enter the issue title, issue description, and the issue category. What category does the issue comes under? Say suppose if I don't know the issue category and I'm not sure like what issue category I needs to be logging this issue, what you can simply do is you can simply select it blank. Here the AI kicks in and identifies your issue based on the issue type and the issue description and automatically selects the category. So once it is done, what it's going to do is it's going to get the customer information and logs a service now ticket, a help now ticket, or else any other ticketing tool you're using in today's world, and it's going to log a ticket there. It's automatically going to assign you to a specific category, a subcategory on those ticketing tools. How it is happening? It is completely based on AI. The AI identifies your issue based on the issue title and the issue description, and then it works in assigning the certain categories and subcategories on those ticketing tools. So right now, if the customer wants to opt this tool, he don't need to invest much and more thing into building this tool. He just needs to simply induce this tool into his business functions. Why? Because every customer already has some kind of a ticketing tool. So what we need to do is we just simply plug and play this tool, and automatically it takes care of everything. So now you can see I have registered to an issue, and automatically once I refresh my ServiceNow account, I can see that the issue is appearing. So you can see there's an incident created and there is an amount discrepancy where the amount exceeded 2 USD. So once I click on the issue, I'm going to get all the issue details, and if I did not select certain category or subcategory, automatically it's going to the AI is going to add those and create a service now ticket for you. So this guided process automation can be used not only the event management companies but also the other companies who want to handle customer issues. So it's also going to send an email where you can have all the details and also a link where you can track your error. So that's all for today. So any Q&As? Sorry. Yeah. No, we don't need to replace Fury apps in the Rise with SAP. So you can, if you're using an on-premise system and if you want to migrate. No, it's directly induced on the BTP cloud itself. You can access the BTP Joule on the work zone itself. You will have a quick Joule button on the top. Once you click it, it's going to pop up and you can navigate from there. If you want to navigate to an app, you can simply ask it which app you want to navigate. You can simply, I want to navigate to a sales order app. Yeah, it's available for trial. They have released it this quarter. And also it is available already in the success factors where you can navigate to the app. It also going to give you the information, and also if you want to navigate certain apps in success factors, it is helpful for you to navigate directly.
Sudhakar, so is it only for cloud?
Sorry?
Joule application, is it only for the cloud or can we deploy it?
At this point it is only for cloud. Why? Because on-premise data, so usually why do we use Joule? To get the information.
Correct.
Right? So it needs to be grounded on data. Correct. Okay? So yes. Grounding data is not easy, and grounding existing data which is already there, it's not at all easy. So that's why what SAP did is like, it is only on SAP HANA Cloud, HANA or private cloud. So whatever the data right now we are infusing into those ERPs, only that data we can access through Joule. All the on-premise data you cannot access through Joule, but we can build Joule agents to access those data. So that is what SAP released this quarter. And using Joule Studio, you can build these agents and you can also access your on-premise data.
Okay, why because? Why? Because see, along with the private cloud, so even on-premise is being mostly used for those clients who have huge customizations, right?
Yeah.
So for those clients, then can we use this Joule?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Because, I mean, when you say the cloud, it is applicable only for the cloud, right? So for the customers who are having...
we'll take it offline.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Srinivas M. sir from ADM to present a token of appreciation. Srinivas M. from ADM. I would like to request Krishna from Toggle Now to please present the token of appreciation. Our final session for today is Gen AI Agents for SAP GRC by Subbu Shravan M from Toggle Now. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Yeah, hello. I know everyone are looking at their wristwatches and handhelds to get out of this auditorium. I think I'm pretty audible, right? So I'll make it short. Thanks, Mahesh. I think he was still able to make it within the time. So I'll try to wrap up in next 10 minutes. Okay. So jumping to the topic, it's about Gen AI agents for SAP GRC. Let's not really talk the technical jargons here, but it is all about the ChatGPT for SAP world, specifically to SAP GRC, right? So this is not working. Yeah, sorry. So everyone here, most of you know about SAP and SAP GRC. I'm not going to really deep dive into it. But then, so when we are talking about GRC, we know governance, risk, and compliance. And now with what we have around GRC is the emergency access management, access request, access risk analysis, etc., right? So what happens? So the current challenge. So our SAP GRC is full-fledged application that is provided or embedded into our systems. Whoever using SAP today is really happy with this. But then the Gen AI agents can understand the context and intent and the company data. As in, for example, if I say, I'll give you an example. One of my customers, we deal with almost 500 to 600 tickets daily. Out of which, like each one customer really goes with 50, 60 tickets in a day, raises and keeps quiet happily, right? But then it's the problematic for us to really track and all. So that's when we thought of this, the Gen AI bot that we need to bring into the picture and see. So what my bot does today is, if I say show me pending access request, so it goes back to my database and the backend system checks based on my user ID and gives the relevant data. So if I have raised 40 tickets, again in 40 based on the categories, right? So that's what it does. So what makes a difference from a reactive, in the traditional GRC and Gen AI enhanced GRC is, so basically it's from the reactive to proactive approach that we want to, we have taken. So manual workload burden. So end of the day, even we have a good embedded GRC with a good governance and compliance around it, I think we still need to depend on a particular team, right? So there's an access, or what you say, user administration team who dedicatedly works on the user requests and all. But then here the bot that we wanted to introduce works as a 4+ years experience. It can replace a human today, right? And after 3 months of training, that bot can act as 8+ years of an SAP security consultant. So replacing an 8+ years experience. And maybe after 6 months down the line, it can talk about really an SME which can take care of everything. It could be in your access controls, or what I talk about, the risk mitigations, risk analysis, etc., etc. So that's the beauty of this bot, right? So this is what I was talking about. So no more technical know-how, boring SAP interfaces, manual dependencies. It is just, as I said during start of the conversation or start of my session, it is a ChatGPT for SAP world. Yeah, as simple as that. Because including me, please tell me who doesn't use or who use ChatGPT today. If not ChatGPT, it could be like, co-pilots, Geminis, etc., etc. Everyone will use it. So it's in our handhelds today. So this is like that, and it helps, reduce time. So I'll give you some case scenarios, right? So I'll skip. take this access request, right? So there are like 5 to 6 manual steps involved. User logs into the SAP system, request for the access, then a ticket is raised, and then approver goes and approver logs into the GRC to review and approve the request. Then approver may ask, there could be a to and fro conversation between the requester and the approver, and document the evidences, and finally access provision happens. This whole process will take around 45 minutes if it is manually done. But with this bot, I can confidently say it takes less than 2 minutes. So that's what you can see in the bottom, that the time needed with DigiBots is 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes. Similarly with user out of validity, right? So a user access is lost. Again, this whole process takes 45 minutes. My bot can do it in less than 2 minutes. So why are we doing this? It's to actually, everyone wants to really do a smart work rather than really sitting in front of the system and trying to provision 50, 60 tickets a day, getting it, really mundane and mechanical for everyone. So the bots today are talking about it. And we have 100 plus stories automated so far. And we are training our bots today. I mean, it is, as I said, today it can replace a human with 4+ years of experience. So welcome to SAP Security and GRC world with this bot. I'll stop here. I think Mahesh, if Mahesh is here around, I still took less than 10 minutes. Any questions for me? Well, yes, why not? As I said, it's making everyone's life easy. So it's not just operational efficiency, but it's also cost optimization for any organization today. When I said it's replacing a human, so that's where you're bringing in the cost optimization. So especially dealing with the access controls and access requests that come in. So that's not just with the SAP today. You talk about any other platform. And one thing I missed out to tell, right? So we can integrate this with Teams or your Slack or your Hangouts of Google. So we can integrate this bot and this solution with anything. It is just a one click. If I just say, hey, I need the number of open tickets that I have raised in last 2 months, it will give you the data, or much more than that. Good. Any other questions? Well, I'll hand it back to the host. Thank you so much for hearing me out, and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you everyone for waiting so patiently and listening. I would like to request Dr. Mahesh to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Subbu Shravan. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Okay, guys, that's it. Probably we'll take another 3-4 minutes, and after that we'll have a group photo. We'll leave. So I'm sure you guys had a great fun. We regret for the inconveniences caused in the morning, where we're supposed to have 3 different tracks, but sometimes, when there is something goes wrong, positively if you look at, I spoke to multiple people at a lunchtime. So they said, looking at the schedule, all are beautiful topics and we don't know what to attend, how to attend, where to attend, right? So instead, when we combine all 3 tracks into one track, and we made it 15 minutes, and it's very crisp. And this was the one promise where we said in the beginning when we launched the poster, what you do in a month's time Googling, the same one day you will get it. That's the outcome and promise we said, we kept. And apart from the networking and knowledge sharing, so we always say that the theme, if you look at the core 4 pillars of SAP Community Hyderabad, learning, sharing. What is the third one? Networking. What is the fourth one? Empowering. So when you learn something and you'll share your knowledge and then you'll do a networking, finally, for what? It's for empowering, right? So that was the 4 basic pillars which we always run this SAP community event, and thanks for all your support. One of the other beauty of these events are always, we'll try to encourage the young talent, and especially Maqsood is not from technology background. She's a MA English student. So thanks Maqsood for all your support, and there is a small token of appreciation for you. You have big hands, guys. So can I have quickly someone, just we want to listen from you, feed us back. I want to listen your voice from the community. So how you felt, can someone wants to share quickly your experience in the next 60 to 90 seconds. Don't take much time, please. Mics, please. Anyone? Shri. So how many people are from outside Hyderabad? I heard that a lot of people, okay, I can see one. Can you give me mic there, please? Oh, excellent. Violet is left. So one I know, she came with.
I work for DXC in SAP BW for HANA, and today I'm here. I came a long way from 300 kilometers to attend this event just for some of the folks. I know personally Mahesh Anna, Srini Anna and Chandrasekhar. So I'm glad that I connect to few of them from same background, and this is really very helpful for the to bring up the technology and connecting fellow mind people for the networking and empowering. So I'm really tired actually, so again I have to go back to my hometown, so I'm really happy, and we'll wait for the another maybe meetup in probably next couple of months.
Not couple of months, my friend. Next we have Chota Tax, SAP Chota Tax. It's a quarterly event. Yeah, Shri.
Thank you.
Shri Vaishnavi, where are you? Are you guys sleeping or what? Why? Come.
Hi, myself Vaishnavi. I came from Vijayawada, currently working at HCL Tech Vijayawada. So it's my first time attending this event, SIT, and I'm very excited to be here and listening to a lot of sessions since the morning, and it is very insightful, and I got to meet many people here, and yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vaishnavi. Anyone? You want to talk? The person.
Hello everyone. Hello Mr. Mahesh. I have came today itself from Bhilai, Chhattisgarh for attending this event. Basically, it's approx 700 kilometers away from Hyderabad. I have last attended the first, you can say, the edition of SIT event which has happened in the SAP office.
Last week,
I have a wonderful time last time also, and this time I have a wonderful, you can say, experience with you guys also. And really thankful for your SIT events and looking forward for the next event itself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone from Toggle? Krishna? Okay, so that's the wrap, and it's a 14 sessions we had, and it was a great insights, and thanks for all our partners, specifically for venue partner, CMR group of institutions, and especially Abhinav Garu, and special thanks to Mauritech, being a very strategic partner from the beginning. Thanks to Sunil, Amar, Ravi, and thanks to Delicious Food Sushi. Thanks for Instabites, and thanks for Shriya Infotech. Thanks to Toggle Now. Raghu, unfortunately, Raghu is missing today, and we had other founder of Toggle Now, Shravan, just left it seems. So very soon you'll see in the next 1-2 days there will be a couple of event summary blogs. I want you to just register in SAP website, try to start engaging with the community, start writing blogs. Now there is no good time, guys. It's always, when you want to start writing blogs, why can't you share your experience, how that your day, in the day of SAP Inside Track 2nd edition, Hyderabad 2025, how you spent, how you felt, right? What kind of insights you learn from the different various speakers. So just start putting something, and that is where you're going to engage with the community. And unfortunately, the numbers are very down for Hyderabad. Way back 10 years back, 11 years back, if you look at, there was very active people, and we used to get, I was the first SAP mentor from Telugu states, and we got now SAP champion. So there are a lot of programs. It's just sharing. It's just not a sharing, the way how you are going to engage with the community. There are multiple benefits are there now. You want to understand the latest updates, right? So looking forward to the next our event, which is SAP Chota Talks. So very soon you'll see announcement, probably in the September. So Q3. So Chota Talks is half-day event and very intensive, which is targeted for only 150 people. So what you saw today is a different. This is a full one-day event. We call it SAP Inside Track. Probably by end of the year, for the first time, we are going to introduce an event in the evening. We call it SAP Meetup. So look forward for the announcements, and thanks for all your support. So it was great to see, the enthusiasm from the still morning. So let's have a one of the best memory. So group pic. I request everyone to please come onto the stage. Thanks for all your support, guys. You guys are amazing. Bro, light leva. Mottam light leva. Guys, don't leave. I can see some people are stepping out. After this group photo, you will be, I don't want to even tell that. It is a one good memory, You saw that rewind video, right? That comprises with 8 different events.
I'll just go with
Iterate.